All right. Welcome, everybody, to the pre-show. We're waiting on McLeod to come join us at any moment here, but I'll kick us off with all kinds of fun here. So, it has been an interesting week, to say the least. We got big news for New World. We got big news for Lost Ark, and we've got always big stuff happening for Star Citizen. So, it's going to be kind of a jam-packed show. Happy to have you guys with us. And yeah, for those that are potentially new to the channel, we run kind of the pre-show as this kind of happy-go-lucky us just chatting with you guys. And then we dive into the specific topics from there. Or in the actual show, we'll dive into planned content, but this is basically our opportunity to chat with you guys, see how you're doing. Right up front, I want to thank our continued support from our Patreons, our Discord subscribers, our long-term Twitch subs, and anyone else out there. So thank you guys. Really is great. I also want to throw a quick thank you out to nwdb.info, our sponsor for the show. And yeah, your source for everything when it comes to New World in terms of looking at the database and checking out for news. nwdb.info is the place to be. So make sure to go check that out.
Well, hello there, come on, Rays.
Welcome. Welcome. I need to... Let me know when you get your camera up.
Oh, yep, okay.
I got it popped out, but it's behind a bunch of stuff, so I won't actually see it until... but yeah.
No worries.
I want to start today's pre-show talking about an interesting topic. We're going to touch on this during the actual show as well, but I want to talk about why it is you don't see as many players playing support classes in MMOs, and why, like, basically, if you want to make friends in MMOs, why you should play a support class. Like, this is one of those, like, everybody, in EVE Online, everybody loves their Logi pilots, unless they suck, then,
yep,
all's fair. But, if you are even semi-competent at healing, at throwing shields on people, at any of those types of roles, you're a rare commodity, because doing it and doing it well are two different things, but having the desire to do it is its own challenge. Basically, like, Lost Ark right now is having quite the problem because there are two classes, Paladin and Bard, who play support. And their goal is, for the Paladin, is a combination of heals and throwing out shields, and your Bard is more heals. The problem is that, generally speaking, they're not great DPS classes. Like, they're just not ideal at what it is they do. They're good at what they're designed to do. They're not good at what people need them to do in order to be desirable to be your main character. So, for instance, for me, when it comes to Lost Ark, I play alone mostly, but I've got a pretty decent build for my Paladin that I do a decent amount of DPS, but I also can keep myself and others alive with it, and I don't feel like I'm a dredge on them, but I also know that it is not the highest DPS character that I have, even though it's the highest gear score character that I have by a wide margin. It's definitely not the fastest at killing stuff.
Yeah. I think just to a little extent, like developers do have to sort of shoulder some responsibility on this because a lot of games don't really, provide stats the way that they provide stats for kills and damage dealt and all that kind of stuff. When it
Mhm.
comes to sort of like saves and damaged healed and all that kind of stuff, like it's one of those things that is very much sort of missed when it comes to statistics. I wouldn't say just statistics, but when it comes to sort of the statistics that people seem to um, gravitate towards. I think there's statistics that are missed that people could gravitate towards that a lot of developers just don't put the effort into actually like surfacing for the players.
Yes. I mean, I think the other side of it is like, there's obviously like not as much incentive, um, but there isn't like, let me put it this way: like, you release a class like the Glavier, and when you're limited on, power leveling ability, things like the Power Pass, that can jump them almost to tier 3. Like you're borderline. Like you got to put in a little work, but like you're borderline to tier 3 because you can run Fate and uh, Fate and stuff, and you're basically 960 right away. Um, and you only got to get to 1100 to unlock the next area and be in tier 3. So it's like when you're given that option, of course everybody's gonna have, hey, of course I'm gonna try the new character because that's what they do. I mean, shit, my Glavier was the one I used the power pass on, and my destroyer is already into tier 2. You know, and that's not uncommon from what I've seen. Um, the challenge here is that people didn't think about supports. They didn't, they don't think about, oh, I need to go and I need to make a bard alt. I need to make a paladin alt. Um,
Well,
because
I
they
mean,
always thought about, hey, I need to make as many alts as I can that I like playing, that are going to be really efficient to grind and get excess materials to shoot my main character up to the highest level I can possibly get him and be able to run Fulton. Which, okay, great, but in the process, they made it so that, you know there wasn't an incentive to do anything but burn really hard to get there. And the super end game content, if you're not playing it at a competent level with a clear build in terms of not just like your character is built correctly with the right skills, but your party, then you're gonna wipe every time. Like Asmongold's a perfect example of this. Like, I'm not throwing
yeah.
shade at him, but like, you know, you can't hack and slash everything as a berserker. Occasionally you have to not focus
Um,
on DPS, you have to focus on the mechanics at play.
what I do want to say though, like, and to prevent you to going too far into some of the actual main show sort of content, as it
Yeah. Oh yeah.
were, is the thing is, when a new game when a game comes out with like new content, like a new content release, and they have with it, like, say for example, Lost Ark, right? They come out with a new content release and they come out with a new class, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, everybody kind of wants to play that class, and so
Yes.
if you're having everybody playing that class, and it doesn't have any support style kind of like mechanics in any way, shape, or form, then
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna run into situations where you're playing with like four other of that same class because everybody wants to play the new class, and you're running into situations where you need a support class there for you. Otherwise, you won't be able to get through the various the dungeon or the raid that you want to get through. Like it's one
Yes.
of those things that is kind of a problem that was born out of the content content drop itself.
Yes. And I think it's also a measure of like, for me, like I'm not at the point where I can run Vulcan yet, like because I can't, like I'm just not high enough gear score. And I paladin main, so if somebody wants to throw me, the necessary supplies to get to a high enough level, then sure. But like otherwise, I'm doing the hard grind and trying to get more characters into tier 3 so that I can you know effectively get my character up to the appropriate level. Um, the and I do think you said earlier the some of the blame here um, falls on Smilegate, falls on Amazon Games for choosing two DPS classes back to back. Um, you know, I think
Yep.
this is where like a little bit of a look at the data and like the general like social behavior and expected behavior of people playing the game is that it shouldn't be obvious, or like the next release here really needs to be the artist to have another support class, and it needs to come with an end game power pass, like straight to tier 3. Boom, all of a sudden we're going to have a flood of tier 3 characters, and um I
So
think that's going to be the
so
idea.
I wonder about that, because if you go straight to tier 3, then yeah, you have a new support that's at tier 3, but you don't have any
They're all
incentive
going to
for
suck at it,
those.
but like
They're going to suck at it, but like
yeah,
the other kind of thing is like they're not like they're not playing through the content as much. They're not playing through as much content for as long,
yes,
and in that kind of sense, it reduces the longevity of people kind of playing that class. Um, so
um,
they're more likely to sort of like get to a certain point with that class and then move on to another one.
um,
And I kind of wonder if that's like, should it be power passing like the small DPS characters and not power passing the sort of support classes, so people spend more time on those support classes, so it's more likely that you'll find people actually playing the support classes just because they can't be power passed. Or do you think that that's just going to pigeonhole people to not want to play
and people
that
people are going
that
to steer
class?
away from them then,
Yeah.
because like the problem with the supports
A
is generally
power
they're
pass
not you
lottery.
know like they're generally not great at DPS because that's
Okay.
not what they're for. So like they're not a desirable character to just go and run the content. And like basically what most people are doing at this point is I've got multiple tier 3 alts where I can sell my stones and stuff for uh 15 to 18 gold per 10 of them, get 2000 gold a day, and throw that 2000 gold at a tier 1 character where it's for 10 stones it's only 1 gold. Like I can basically walk out of there with enough to power a character into tier 2 within a couple of days pretty easily. um and like that becomes a little bit of a challenge. um but yeah, I don't think there's a clean answer here, but that I think three things would be really nice. Power pass, um not limiting it by the number of characters that have run that particular content before, like in terms of in terms of knowledge transfers, not limiting knowledge transfers based on like, oh, you've already had 3 characters power pass, and that's one more than you've had actually run this content, so you have to go run that content, run the storyline there again. It's like that's what the gold was for. you know
Okay.
like the gold is so that I don't have to do this again. Like just let me pay the gold as a tax for not having to spend my time doing the storyline again. um you
Yeah.
know uh from there, I think that as much as some people will go, oh, this is just pay to win, I think selling power passes to tier 2 in the store is fine. Like, there's really no competitive edge. You're just reducing the grind. Um, and
Yeah, I
you know,
agree.
I think there should be a condition that you know, obviously, like, you have to have had a character get to that point. So like, you've already played that content once, at least once. You know, I've got 8 ults, so like, you know, I'm getting a little sick of repeating the storyline. Um, you know,
Your
but I
G
think,
key is really fucking hurting right now.
yeah, yeah, I'm about ready to bind like G on repeat to a key and just freaking macro it as a start stop. Like, it's getting real old. Um, you know,
It's
and
like
I
it's
think
like
the other side of that is that the there needs to be a reward for getting MVP on multiplayer events. Um, where like your supports are pretty consistently getting MVP unless for some reason you have, like, if you're doing like tier 1 or tier 2 content as a tier 3, then yeah, you're going to get it because you're going to deal 45% of the damage. You know, instead of the support, because yeah, that's just how it works. You know, but like, if everybody's the same level, you're all running, you know, let's say you're for some reason running a chaos dungeon with 4 people. Um, Most of the time, your MVP is going to be your support, and it's because they've got the party recovery and they've got the healing and they're dealing generally in the ballpark of 20% of the damage, but they're doing all of the other stuff too.
yeah, because I was
But
gonna
you don't
say
really get a reward for that.
yeah, that's a good point.
You know, it's like, oh, hey, you were the MVP. Like,
Congratulations, here's not a medal.
here's a pat on the back, and that's it. Like, it's not even a medal. You know, which is
Mm.
like, it's like, toss them like a token something, like whatever tier they're in. Toss them a honing stone of some kind, like, you know, something that is shit. Bind it to the character, or bind it to the. Oh, here's the other thing that really fucking needs to change. Bind to roster. Like,
Mm.
I am so sick of earning materials on one character that I can't use on another character. And it's like, why? Why is this bound to, like, I can understand the bind to roster, like, hey, we don't want you selling all of this stuff. Like, use it to spin up a new alt, use it for these other things. That's great. I totally get that side of it. But bind it to the damn roster so that I can use it on characters that actually need it. You know, there's nothing worse than sitting there looking at, you know, 2,500 tier 1 honing stones and going, never gonna fucking get to use those. You
Yeah.
know, because they're bound to a fucking T3 character. You know, or like, you finally get your what was the power leveling thing that they came out with in one of the ones. Gave a whole bunch of extra honing materials. And it was like, great, but they're all bound to that character. So like, you would be finishing tier 1 achievements, and all of a sudden you'd be like, oh hey, here's, you know, 4,000 fucking honing stones that I can't use. You know, like,
Yeah, that does suck.
great in concept, but not in practice.
But
You know,
execution is lackluster.
and the other thing is, like, if you freed up all of that honing material to the roster, not, you know, again, it's not going onto the market because it's tied to your roster. So like, people are going to sit there and go, I want to use this for something. Why don't I open up another character slot and make a bard? There's a shortage of them. I'll definitely be able to play more super high end content once I get that leveled. You know, oh hey,
Mm-hmm.
who would have thought? You know, I don't think I disagree with like a lot of what the community says, like, pretty often. about like the shortage of materials. I don't think there's a shortage of materials at all. Like I'm not even in the slightest. I think there's a shortage of being able to use them on the characters you need them. You know, like
Yeah, that is kind of like a weird scenario that you're in
uh,
when it comes to Lost Ark.
like
Like
harmony
someone
shards.
was,
Harmony shards is a perfect example here. Why is harmony
huh?
shard specific to the character? Like, why is that not just a roster-wide currency? So in order to hone gear, you have to give it experience points with harmony shards to
Okay.
kind of level it to the point where you can attempt the honing. And then you have to spend a little bit more to attempt the honing, which like my tier 3 character has like 140,000 uh tier 1 harmony shards that are just impossible to use.
Yeah, because you're way past that
Yeah.
point.
And it's like, and obviously like I'm doing end game, like I'm doing like the collect everything at this point. So like I'm taking a tier 3 character through tier 1 and tier 2 stuff because it's fast. Like I don't want to spend 2 hours, 3 hours on an island. My objective is to get it done as fast as possible. So I'm taking a tier 3 character that way out levels everything and just dumpstering everything on that island until I'm done. Your Makoko seeds are mine.
Huh.
Like, and your island souls. Like, you know, but that in turn ends up locking a shitload of stuff to my main that I can't use on other characters. And it's like, why? It just doesn't make sense. You know, like that's my I will die on that soapbox. You know, just let me trade it between characters. That's all I want.
I don't see any. I can't see any particular reasoning behind it.
Yeah, like it's like I went out, I did the task. Sure, I did it faster than I was supposed to do it, but like, why am I being penalized when like you want us to go out and do the stuff? So I went out and did the stuff. You
Yeah.
know, like let me do other stuff with the stuff you gave me. Like, not turn it into gold. I'm not asking for that. Because that could level the fucking markets if you did that. Like if you made the change
Yeah.
from like we're not gonna bind anything to the person, we're just gonna let it free onto the market, like shit would go
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah,
Um
that would be bad.
yeah, that would be a mistake. But the bind to like switch absolutely everything to bind to roster.
Yeah, it
Done.
makes sense that you can
Yeah.
trade it between your own personal sort of characters. 'Cause, like,
Yeah.
it's
And like that right
it
there, mission accomplished. You'll have more characters in tier 3 than you know what to do with within a couple of days. And it'll be great. Um So like again, it's one of those like they're going back to the crux of this is that if you want more supports, release another support class or release power passes on the market. Done. That's how you solve the problem for Lost Ark right now. Alternatively, you need to give
I'm
a really good incentive for people to actually play supports. Um, actually, I
I mean
actually
both,
saw something the other day that somebody
but
somebody
both is
created
good.
a end game lobby for Voltan that was only bards. Um, and other people were like, "This is bullshit. We can't get a single bard, and they've got a whole lobby of them." And it's like, you know, you could do that too. It's an MMO. You just need
Hmm.
to, all have bards.
I wonder how that went for them.
Yeah. I would imagine really slowly, but at the same time, they probably completed it because, like,
Yeah.
that much healing would be so OP.
It would be a little bit ridiculous.
Uh,
Cockroach squad.
but like,
You
the
literally
other
can't get
side of
it.
this is it's also on the DPS players who are like, I refuse to have a paladin alt. I refuse to have a bard alt.
Yeah, because they're like, no, I'm just gonna wait for the bard and
Yeah,
paladin guy to come and join me,
yeah, there's
rather
got to
than
be one of
actually
them
being
out
the
there who
one to
wants
sort
to
of
do it, and
change.
it's like they would like to, like, as a paladin player, I'd like to do DPS too. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like most of my job is just face tanking shit with shields, but I like hitting stuff for big numbers too. Like I love my striker class. You know,
Yeah.
like the only reason that that's not my main is that I like my paladin. And my
Yeah, and your
paladin was the
paladin
first one to
is
tier 3. So
yeah, and your paladin's also one of those things that it has a variety of different things you can do with it. So
you know the other thing that is really annoying is I when it comes to Lost Ark, I just don't believe the percent chance. Like,
oh right, yeah, in terms of honing,
yeah,
in was it in terms of
like,
honing? Yeah.
yeah, honing, or like even the ability stones. Like I just don't believe them. Like, oh, you have a 50-50 chance? Like 9 times out of 10 on 50-50 chance, you swing no. So, or you swing for the worst result. And it's like, that's not 50% then. And it's like, oh, 45% chance, or 25% chance. This is my favorite. You have a 1 in 4 chance of
Okay.
a negative being added, or like either not hitting or hitting, depending on
All
what
right.
you're doing. So a 25% chance, and you hit the negative, and all of a sudden it goes, nope, add 1 negative. Okay, you're in the next one. Now you're still at 25 because that's as low as it goes. Boom, nope, you dicked again, dicked again. And it's like you end up coming out with a ability stone that's got 7 negatives on it, and it's like, how? Like,
Yeah.
the
That's
chance
just
of rolling
ridiculous.
that was not there. Like, that's not how probabilities work. And
I
I
was just
know
kind
with
of
like
wondering when
law
you
of
were saying
large
like,
numbers, but it's just bullshit.
I was just kind of wondering when you were saying that like, oh, 50% chance, but it keeps on like coming up as a more like 90% chance that you're actually not going to get it. I'm
Yeah.
kind of wondering there if I'm thinking if like somebody determining these probabilities or whatever, they're just kind of going like, well, it's 50% because either you're gonna get it or you're not. Like, that's not how that works.
Yeah. That percentage chance is just, theory. It's not, excuse me.
It is definitely not indicative of what actually happens when you're rolling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, you turning
Oh
your
dear.
camera on?
Oh right, yes. Sorry, my bad.
uh,
Here we go.
yeah. There's all kinds of stuff like that like they could rapidly change that would make things just so much better.
Mm.
Uh, diving away from gaming for a few minutes. I got another topic that I think is interesting here. In
As
the
I was about to
last
say.
in the last 5 years, um,
Mm-hmm.
the kind of gig economy and the rise of things like Grubhub and stuff like that has really been taking off. Um, and people really took into this, especially during the pandemic. It was a really great opportunity for people to continue to make money because restaurants needed food delivered because they weren't serving in person.
Yeah.
And this really like made things kind of take off. Well, now that we're looking at inflation, and we're looking at higher gas prices, and we're looking at um, all of these negatives in the market, and of course the market itself has been taking a tumble, especially tech stocks right now.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know, I think a lot of people are looking at, things like Grubhub. And I know for me, the other day, I was looking at, I'll see what, I'll see what I can get delivered, you know, uh, and
Hmm.
put in a burger and a couple of other things, burger and some fries, nothing excessive, you know,
Yeah.
something that should be, $15, you know, but
Hmm.
after
Okay.
all of the fees and the tips and everything else, it was $32. And I
Yeah.
was like,
Oh, that's a bit much. Yeah.
yeah, fuck that. I'm gonna go drive and get it myself. Like for seven.
Hmm.
Like it is not worth the added, $25 uh to have, a business and a contractor involved in getting me food.
Yeah.
And they wonder why their stock is falling, and it's because, yeah, you've thrown on, $25 worth of added
It's
fees to the process,
yeah, it's a case of you're taking the piss right now. Like
yeah.
you're yeah. We appreciate the service that you've been providing, like at the sort of most awkward of times, especially during COVID when we had to socially distance
Mhm.
and that kind of scenario sometimes, especially with regards to some of the run on various different products caused scenarios where going through these sorts of services was actually a lifesaver well, not maybe a lifesaver, but it
And it was
definitely
very convenient. Yeah.
helped immensely, right?
Yeah.
um so yeah, but now that that kind of scenario is for the most part over, like I kind of feel like especially with this down, especially with the price hikes and price increases. And I get they have to kind of like push the price increases, increases over to the consumer to some degree, so they can you know uh keep their margins, as it were. But like I think they're going a little bit too far in that regard. Like their
Oh yeah.
margins must be pretty
Oh yeah.
ridiculous at this point.
Oh yeah. Like a perfect example of this, and I'm gonna hit Amazon for this, and I hit
Mm.
them in a survey for this too.
Oh.
Amazon Fresh grocery delivery service. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
they were trying to charge $11 for a 12 pack of canned soda. One 12 pack of canned Diet Coke. Like,
That's
if I
kind of
go to the
ridiculous.
store, I can get fucking three of them for less than that. Like,
Oh, like Jesus
what?
Christ,
And at that point, it's
that's
like, okay, like,
ridiculous.
why are you charging me more than double the cost of this? Like, what's going on here? Is there a supply shortage of Diet Coke? Like,
I kind of feel like they're hedging the kind of like the any kind of changes down the road. You do you kind of get me? Like, because the price, like, there's been price hikes after price hikes, especially when it comes to sort of fuel, right? So, do you think that there may be like you know hedging their like profits, short term profits, to sort of cover long term kind of instability in terms of like uh, their their general costs, potential general costs.
see, and that's my thought is like, what, like, obviously, like,
It-
logistics gets more expensive, and my figure was like, okay, they're one of the heaviest items that they sell by, just gross weight. So because it's
yeah,
liquid, you know,
yeah,
uh, like, aside from like gallons of milk, 12 packs of soda are more expensive, and they're also a pain in the ass for their delivery drivers because they don't carry well. Like, I'm on the fourth floor of a building, like, they gotta load it out of their car onto, they either gotta carry it by hand, or most of them, like, if you're like really into delivery, you have a cart. and you load up your cart,
Yeah.
and then you take your cart into the building, up the elevator, drop it off in front of the door. That's if you're a competent delivery driver. There are many that do not understand that process. I've had several try and be like, I left it on the curb, and I'm like, what?
What? Why the fuck
Like,
did you leave it on the curb? Like, how about you go get it from the curb
actually,
and actually fucking deliver it?
Screw the original topic. I want to talk about delivery for a minute. This is going to be my hot take for the night because I am livid with delivery. The standards have dropped so low. I'm done with this
there might
shit.
There might be some other hot takes down through the show, but like, yeah, but
like when did it become acceptable for the delivery driver to just be like, nope, fuck you, you come down to me? No, the transaction is over when you drop it off in either at my door, ring the bell and walk away, or you call me and go, I can't figure out how to get in your building, which sure, whatever. There's clearly described instructions on the application because I've done it so many times, but it's like, why is this so hard to deliver?
I mean, so to some degree, you guys in the US are shooting yourself in your own foot, or like sometimes almost literally, because there are definitely incidents that I have heard of, that I have seen, on news programs and stuff like that, regarding people trying to get into, buildings that have, like key fob access and all that kind of jazz, right?
Yeah.
And then basically being essentially being stopped, and then having like the police called on them because they're not meant to be in that building.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter as to what their actual excuse is for being in that building. It doesn't actually, the person who's decided to stop them, who's decided to basically tackle them on the fact that like they're in the building or they're trying to get like into the building, that like, they're trying to do a legitimate thing, like deliver something.
Yeah. And I've seen those videos on YouTube where like the delivery driver's just doing his thing. It's like, I'm a pizza delivery driver. Why am I getting shit for like, I'm gonna be here for 30 seconds. That's why I'm in your neighborhood. Like, you can see the sign on top of the car. Like, but like, what I don't understand is like so many of these people, like I've got a call box in the front room of my building that in the application, I give them the code that if you type this specific code, it calls my phone. And I get the option of letting you in or not. And like, obviously, if the door is open or opens, then guess what? You're supposed to be there. But the number of people that can't figure out how to follow the instructions of hit this button, then dial these 3 numbers is amazing.
You do have a point there, yeah, for sure. Like, it's I think it's more those, the people who generally tend to sort of cause the are part of the reasoning for the news reports of various different incidents in somewhat, well, not secured buildings, but like buildings where they shouldn't have, where someone thought that they shouldn't have actually been in, was when they just decided to sort of try and walk in after somebody's left and the door's open, sort of thing, right? I guess that's kind of that kind of scenario will generally tend to sort of make people go like, hang on, you're not meant to be in here, sort of thing, because you're trying to like, get in when somebody has already opened the door, sort of thing.
Yeah. Like, and that's oftentimes the drivers will be let in by somebody else who like recognizes that, oh, hey, they're here to deliver. And then they get lost in the lobby that you can see the elevators, and they fail to follow the person who came into the building into the elevator.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, the elevator's also got a key fob, so like, you just fucked yourself because now you're between 2 locked doors that ain't gonna open for you. Like, and then they call me and go, I'm stuck in the lobby. It's like, of course you are.
Because you didn't follow the instructions that gave you.
Yes. Now, if you step outside, back into the entryway, I understand that you've already made it past 1 round of security. But when you type in that call box, the elevator unlocks when I unlock the door for 2 minutes. So like you just go
Yeah.
back out, follow the instructions as if you were coming in without it, and then it's like, oh hey. So one of the things with the elevators in my particular building, I live just outside of DC, so there are individuals that are uh,
Very security conscious.
yes, very security conscious. So when I let you in, the elevator will only activate for certain floors. So like your key fob on the elevator will activate it for either like the gym on the top floor and your apartment's floor and the first floor or the garages. Outside of that, unless you took the stairs, which each floor has a key fob going in, there's really no way up without a key fob, unless you get let in at the front door with somebody who uses the system, because then you've got 2 minutes on the elevator to that floor.
Yeah, that is a fair amount of security that you got going. I'm with
I live in the same building as like several people who have motorcades, if that provides a context. And when I say motorcades, I'm not talking like long ones. I'm talking like they've got 2 or 3 cars.
Okay.
Like their staff comes and gets them in the morning.
Yeah, not too bad.
Now that said, I also pay out the ass for that. Like,
yeah, but it also creates these situations like you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Now, at the same time, like I know that I have I've got access because like the building manager knows I deal with emergency management, so they know that if I need to let individuals in for something work related, I have access to whatever. Like, but that's just me. So like it's one of these things where it's like it's really strange. Also, like the regular delivery, like in terms of like Amazon dropping off packages, is like 50-50. Like sometimes they'll be like, I brought it into the lobby, shoved it all off the cart. Literally, I've seen this. They just like shove it off the cart. It's spilled all over the floor. Like we're talking 15 floors worth of apartments. All of their packages are just spewed across the floor.
Oh wow. Yeah,
from that all the way up to what's supposed to happen of them dropping at the individual people's doors. Yeah. Like, and they get a special key. They start at the building next door. They get a key from the guy in the lobby there that allows them to go floor to floor and drop stuff off. Like,
okay.
So it's like it's stuff like that where it's like, why is there such a variety here of like quality? Like has the industry of delivery dropped the standards so low that like, because like for a time in like the early 2000s, delivery looked like it was slowly going to turn into like I could order a pizza and you would deliver it to me while I'm in my tub. Like it looked like it was going to go that far eventually, but now it's like they barely want to come into the building, and like some of them are like, can you meet me down at my car? And it's like, you're not even going to meet me at the door? Like literally the guy didn't even get out of his car, and I was like, what
that's basically somebody who shouldn't be working delivery, because that's not delivery.
That's not delivery.
Bullshit.
That's almost delivery. Hang on. Somehow I'm in charge of the last mile.
I'm not purchasing illegal drugs. Why do I have to meet you at some fucking shady like car drop kind of like dead drop scenario? Like this isn't what this is. Like this is regular shit.
Like it would be a whole different thing if it was like the Domino's delivery car.
For fuck's sake.
The automated car. Like it's one thing if it's like, you know what? Hey, it's a delivery car. It's not designed to go up to the door. Fine.
Yeah,
I will like if you went through the process of making an automated system, I'm not tipping your automated car. Like putting that out there, I'm not tipping your automated car. That's on you. Like you took the driver out. They no longer need to be paid. Like I'm not paying a robot to do this person's job. But it's the stuff like that where it's like, meet me halfway at least.
This has kind of segued quite beautifully into something I wanted to say actually. I need to find the actual the article real quickly though. God damn, where is it? Yeah. Have you ever watched the Netflix series Love, Death, and Robots?
No, I have not.
Okay, it is something that you should probably watch because it's really cool. But
Welcome
apparently
back.
season 3 is up. Hey, Toxic Mage. But yeah, it's kind of funny. Like there's some very good sort of very interesting kind of commentary on social norms, on all that kind of stuff, and how we treat sort of like robots and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, you should check it out. Apparently the first there was a very there was a very short period where you could watch the latest season for free on YouTube, but it seems like they've stopped that now, which really sucks. But if you have Netflix, definitely check out Love, Death, and Robots because it's really good. Apparently, the first season was a hit. The second season, not so much, but the third season seems to be pretty good. You should definitely check that out.
I'm sure there's somebody who just was like, that was the Netflix sound in the background. Netflix, don't attack us for copyright.
Oh, you looking it up now?
Yeah. I just put it on my to watch list.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's kind of like it's sort of mini episodes, like up to potentially about half an hour long. Like generally, like they're about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. But like I think there's one or two that go for about half an hour. They're basically like just mini episodes of like interesting stories and that kind of stuff. So, but they're pretty good. I
You
would
guys think of
recommend.
Berglund the Best Bruiser? I've never heard of them.
I
Although,
would have
like,
to. I would have to
talking about
Google.
New World, then like I do like bruiser builds. So if they've got a good one, I'll definitely take a look.
Hmm. Okie dokie.
Berglund is Nova.
Ooh, some shade. And oh
I
man,
haven't
there's
recently. I
actually.
haven't had a lot of chance to play New World. I've been playing a lot of Lost Ark.
I mean, I can tell you've been playing a lot of Lost Ark because like you mad at Lost Ark in some way.
I've gone a little
In
crazy
certain
with
ways.
Lost Ark recently.
Yeah,
Like
I can kind of tell.
I'm up to I think I'm up to like 62% of the Makoko seeds collected. So
It's gonna
like
drive you insane. Yes, a fair amount of people do still play cello, despite what um despite what some YouTubers tend to say otherwise.
Mhm.
We're actually going to do a bit about that, to be honest,
Mhm.
because there's some interesting kind of like I'm I'm not going to sugarcoat it. There is some genuinely good points that that Nerd Slayer says, with his whole Death of a Game series, with regards to New World, but like there's definitely some questionable kind of conclusions that he gets to, and there's some lack of consistency when it comes to listing the various different sort of contributing factors that somebody who's just listening to it, who's just ingesting what he's kind of like put out there, may not sort of pick up on, because they're not placed right next to each other. You know what I mean, in terms of the listing. Um, but if you actually take the time to sort of to actually watch and critique the commentary that he has about it, like you kind of see it and you kind of go, wait a second, those two like completely contradict each other, how can you have those two contradicting each other in a list of contributing factors? Like that makes no sense. But anyway, that's content for a little later on, and we'll be starting the show in about 9 minutes anyway. So and obviously, aside from the recap from last week's news, typically the New World stuff is the first thing on the roster each week. So it won't be too long till we start talking pretty heavily about New World, because there's a fair amount that's actually happened, since last Wednesday.
Oh yeah.
I was like, I was sort of detailing it out in our show notes, and it's like, oh, actually, yeah.
I mean, there's a decent amount of news across the three games that we're covering tonight.
Yeah,
You know,
Sarsen has had its
for
a decent amount of stuff as well.
oh yeah. For anybody who's new or say returning to the channel,
Mm-hmm.
we have over the last couple of months here been altering our coverage from New World specific to we're now covering several MMOs. So we cover Lost Ark, we cover Star Citizen, we of course still cover New World. We've also had sections on Eve Online. I think there might be a time when we probably try the new Vampire Rising game.
Yeah, I was wondering about that actually. I was wondering as to how many, like, if people out there would be interested in us sort of like, getting to grips with that game and giving you guys our sort of our lowdown as to what we think of the game, and kind of how it feels, how it plays, how it sits in the MMO kind of scene. If you guys are interested in that, like, let us know. Definitely let us know. Because like I've definitely been seeing it like appear on my YouTube kind of like my YouTube sort of play kind of recommendations and that kind of things and suggestions and stuff. But and I've been kind of looking into a little bit of it, and it seems to be interesting. Seems to be an interesting take on things. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, I know it's not exactly an MMO, but like it has the sort of sandbox sort of elements to some degree, a little bit. Oh right, no, the cycle. Yeah, okay, something. My
I don't
bad.
think I've seen that one.
I'll have to check that one out. But yeah, in rando news that I'm sure we won't actually get to before, like in the actual show. Um, some quick fire stuff, within the 7 minutes that we have, or maybe the 6 minutes that we have, depends on whether you want to like smash a a or 5 minutes if you want to smash out a 2 minute ad break before the actual show goes live. PUBG Mobile apparently accounted. Yeah, PUBG Mobile apparently accounted for 75% of Krafton's Q1 2020 review, 2022 revenue, which is nuts. I've done the Love and Death Robot stuff. Let's see. Energy use for crypto hasn't actually dropped that much, which kind of concerns me, because I'm there thinking to myself like, oh, I'm gonna get my hands on a decent GPU for like, secondhand price fairly soon, and it's like, I'm waiting. I'm waiting, but I haven't seen any decent sales or any decent sort of prices yet as such. So I don't know whether you've been looking, Ace, at all.
For GPUs, not at the moment.
Yeah.
I've actually been, so I was fortunate enough to buy a Radeon 7 a long time ago.
You're kind of okay.
So I haven't needed to upgrade, and like, obviously when New World was getting ready to launch, I was really considering the upgrade to the 3000 series, but now the 4000 series is almost out. It's, you know, I'm also might be moving.
Oh yeah, no, you might be moving.
So
Well,
like I've
kind
got
of like
some career stuff going on that might lead to me, needing to keep my money liquid
No,
instead of
that
throwing it
makes
down like I
sense.
normally do. Uh,
That makes sense.
I say this after I
Um,
spent $250 on Star Citizen again. Uh,
on yeah, oh, on ones and zeros that aren't ones and zeros that you can use at the moment.
yeah. Um,
Uh, I only put it like that to sort of really like drive home the reality to you.
the comical part of this
uh,
is that like I like that to me that's also not an amount of money that like I'm going to miss too much. Uh, but like
yeah, fair enough.
the in the process of doing that, all of my ships are now on LTI tokens, and I got the new ship, which is cool shit.
That
So
ain't bad. I mean, in all honesty, and we'll cover the whys as to when we're in the show and talking about Star Citizen, but like I think it's fairly certain that you guys would probably know that we both put money in to get the Legionnaire, and if you know what the Legionnaire is in Star Citizen, then you probably know why as well.
to be fair, I also reallocated a bunch of money. I didn't I didn't
Oh yeah, you
necessarily
melted down a few
spend
things and
I,
all
I
that
didn't spend a
jazz.
whole lot more. I just
Okay,
reallocated money, and I've actually got $40 of in-store credit right now.
not too bad.
So I got to figure out that. Um, that
Okay,
said, we're gonna go right into the kind of like spool up for the show. So in order
yeah,
to
you
give
gonna
us the best intro, because there's a ad starting in the middle of this, I'm gonna push the ad button intentionally so that we get that, and then we're
mhm.
gonna do the intro video, and the show itself will start right on the hour, which is 3 minutes from now. So we will see you guys on the other side of that.
Okay. Have you done it yet?
All right. Welcome, everybody, to the NWO show, your source for all things MMOs. So,
Mm.
I've got an echo on my end, but that's just me. So, we
Mhm.
have a ton of news. We've got kind of breaking news about New World. We've got brand new stuff for Lost Ark. We've got some kind of community kind of issues at the moment with Lost Ark. And we also have a ton of news about Star Citizen. So,
Yeah.
uh,
We
yeah,
should probably first quickly do the recap from last week, right?
yes, yes. Where were we last week?
Yeah.
Giving us some perspective on kind of how things have developed since. So let's. So what did we talk about last week, McLeod?
So in terms of New World news, there was Expedition Mutators, sort of like a behind the scenes dev blogs. Basically, it was something that basically dropped like I think a half hour before we actually started doing the show. So we weren't like we hadn't sort of speed read that at particular points. So we essentially, we went through it live on stream, as it were. There was a obviously a teaser for on uh, um, New World's Twitter for a double XP event that's coming soon, and it definitely gave hints on the fact that there's some additional double XP for certain areas of the game that wasn't in the double XP events that they've done previously. So that was kind of cool. There was obviously there was the first of the devs versus content creator like arena matches had happened, and with a solid win for the content creators. We had the sort of announcement of the Combat Academy, that which is basically curated like a curated playlist of videos of like how tos and sort of like uh, you know videos that people really enjoy regarding combat in New World, on New World's official YouTube channel. Um, there was the third PTR patch for the arenas update, which also included a heavy nerf for the blunderbuss. And yeah, from that we went into kind of Lost Ark news. You were covering the Lost Ark news in the show
Yes.
previously.
So
Mm,
the update officially had launched for the month, which was it was a pretty good update. Like the destroyer is a pretty fun class. Um, the new end game material is now out and all that. Uh,
hmm
and we also covered some kind of controversies over individuals getting banned for kind of trading
Of,
things like in-game boosting
yeah, just offering
for
services, right?
yeah, like trading
Yeah.
in-game boosting for in-game gold, not you know and unfortunately some of these individuals ended up getting banned for like RMT, which they weren't taking money, they were only doing it for in-game currency. And
That's from the
yeah,
legal wording of the EULA. That's totally fine. So they
yes,
shouldn't have been getting banned, basically.
yes, so some interesting stuff on that front. And then we rolled into Star Citizen, and Star
Mm,
Citizen obviously is in the midst of one of the bigger weeks in terms of news and just kind of visibility, where
yeah.
they released a new letter from the chairman, from Chris Roberts, talking about the future of the game, where it's going, the road to 4.0, server meshing, and finally answering the question of when. When are we getting server
Yeah.
meshing? When can we
Yeah.
expect the next
They
development on that?
they gave a
Um,
pretty detailed kind of roadmap for that, like, and not just sort of like a roadmap of what's happened, but a roadmap of like, obviously of things to come, and also to some degree, a timeline for that as well, which was really kind of cool. Apparently, according to a lot of people, that this particular letter from the chairman, because Chris Roberts has done a few of these previously. Apparently, this one was very forthright in terms of basically being very honest about like what's going on with the game, and talking very clearly about things that generally hasn't done in terms of these letters from the chairman to the community. So that was kind of interesting.
And one of those actually is worth talking about now. They admitted that the initial ideas and initial development towards iCache, which was a system that they had designed for persistent streaming, uh, was just unable and incompatible with their vision and incompatible with the scale that they needed it to get to. Um, so
Yeah,
a lot of people were talking about, okay, hey, iCache took them years to develop, and it ended up getting dumpstered. But in its place, they have persistent entity streaming uh, and a Google a Google backed system, which I don't remember exactly what it's called, but that system is going to be able to scale appropriately to the level that they need to manage the database for persistent items. And when we
so
say
I
persistence, we're talking about like
yeah,
if I land on a planet and drop a soda can, and
yeah.
McLeod lands in the same spot 3 weeks later, that soda can is still there.
If it's not something that like they've specifically deemed as being,
Yeah,
junk that disappears, or that like basically disappears, after a certain period of time. But if it's something that they see as a persistent item that should persist in the universe, like you drop it somewhere and somebody comes to that same spot like 3 weeks later, like regardless of whether anybody has been around there and keeping that kind of thing loaded into the sort of server side memory, like it should still be there. Like
yeah,
that's the level of persistence that they're looking for. But like I wanted to point out, like, people may think that this is like a very much a negative thing, that they went and they developed something that they realized that it wasn't fit for purpose, and that they had to basically ditch it and rebuild a new system that is better suited to their requirements for what they need, right? This is something that has to happen in MMOs that are going to be persistent and going to last for a long period of time, because no matter what happens, like new ways of doing things happen, new better ways, more efficient ways of coding kind of occurs. New technologies come out, old technologies end up basically being dumped, dumped and dumpstered, because and basically discontinued, because because it's too much work and effort to keep on supporting them, for certain things, like for third party kind of, if you're developing for certain APIs for graphics cards and stuff like that, and certain technologies on that graphics card are basically being discontinued and then not supported, like you have to roll with that, right? This is something that long-term persistent MMOs have to deal with. And so if you're gonna be a long-term persistent MMO that like is in it for the long run, you have to learn and you have to develop these processes of being able to sort of take systems, reformat them, remake them, change them, augment them, sometimes completely rip them out and make a completely new version of them, and put new stuff back into the game, and be doing this like consistently, and know when you need to be able to do this. So seeing this as a negative, seeing them like you know uh sort of CIG kind of do this, isn't a negative. In actual fact, it's kind of a positive.
mm,
But like we're diverging a little bit away. Um, but yeah, there was a lot in that letter of the chairman, from Chris Roberts, that was actually very, very useful and very, very cool to see. Obviously, Star Citizen news from last week. There was the Fleet Week, aka the Invictus launch was basically on the horizon. It hadn't actually launched just yet. It was literally a day away. And essentially, what that is an exhibition of like military tech, essentially, from an IRL sort of law based perspective, right? which is cool. You get to see you get exhibitions of all the flyable ships in the sort of in the game at the moment that you can essentially go and rent. There's a Javelin capital class ship that you can tour the inside of. And there's also, I think, the largest ship in the game as well, which is the Bengal carrier. Carrier does like flybys of orbital stations, which is pretty cool. And apparently also Star Citizen made the front page of Reddit as well.
Yes.
And not for sensational reasons either, which is, you know, typically if you make the front page of Reddit, like it's because you've like something, you know, something is either a scandal or it's like sensationalist in some way, shape, or form. But it wasn't either of those.
Absolutely. So
And
those were
it did feature the Bengal carrier as well.
yes. So it was a picture or a clip of the new Scorpius ship, which is a 2-seater with it's basically an X-wing 2-seater.
Yeah, it's an X-wing if you took R2D2 and basically shoved him into a turret. Like it was basically, it's basically what that like.
Yeah.
Essentially.
So it was basically this X-wing flying around a Bengal carrier, which is a colossal ship. Like I thought my
huge.
Hammerhead was big, but like holy crap, that is a big ship.
Your Hammerhead is quite small comparative to that ship.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Which goes into talking about, you know, we also discussed the new ships, the RSI Scorpius, the Drake Mule, which were both straight to flyable, ready to go, launched, you know, with Fleet Week, and then during Fleet Week, we also got the new concept ship, which is the Anvil Legionnaire, which is a electronic warfare based boarding ship.
So the interesting thing is, like from last week, we didn't know much about the Anvil Legionnaire. We'd heard that it was potentially going to be out there because like people had seen the white boxes and kind of realized that it's an Anvil ship because it's, you know, going to be appearing here, and it kind of looks, you know, kind of like a boarding ship, kind of like a drop ship kind of thing. But like a lot of people were like, well, you know, there's like 2 or 3 dropships already in the game. So like what does this, you know, what does this do differently? But we didn't know that at that particular time. Like this kind of the information about like specific information about the Anvil Legionnaire kind of dropped this week, which is what we're going to be talking about for sure, like in the Star Citizen sort of side of things.
Yes.
But there was also potentially
we'll make sure not to spoil everything for that part. Yeah.
Yeah. But there was also the potentially maybe a new Grey Cat backpack. But we haven't seen that yet, as far as we can tell. There was
at the time we had thought that the Nine Tails terrorism first-person event, we thought that was going to kick off because it had leaked into the build. Unfortunately, we've got new information on that. It's not coming yet, but soon.
But soon. Yeah. But other than that, like I think we topped off the show with and you know the Star Citizen kind of news from last week with a showcase of a fun bug compilation from a Reddit user that cataloged all like a whole bunch of various moments where he's had to deal with certain bugs that I think most Star Citizen players had like experienced it, but he did it in a very humorous and entertaining way, which is really cool. But yeah, that was basically last week's episode. If you guys want to check that out, there is obviously the VOD is in the channel that you can go back and watch it. You know, and you know, see our hot takes from the you know, from last week's episode. But how about we jump into this week's news?
Yeah. So let's kick it off with New World here, because New World has information right off the break that is
well, it's hot off the press, basically, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is about as hot as it gets. Tomorrow, there is a new content update to New World. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., the servers will be going down for 2 hours, or 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's the thing's obviously fixed to my time when I'm looking at it here.
Yep. Yeah.
You know, and
It's
this is
one
going to
PM in the
be
UK.
yeah. So this is going to be the arenas update. So this is the
Yes.
3v3 arenas coming into the game. I think there's a lot of people that are looking forward to this. There's a lot of stuff that the developers have changed in the process of bringing this in. Initially, people had complained that hey, you need a lot of pots and a lot of honing stones to really be successful in there. They actually created uh, items specific for while you're in the arena. It gives you a certain number of pots. It gives you the honing stones and all of that. So you have them for while you're in there. Um,
Yeah.
I think that's a huge move in the right direction, and I really hope. And I've already sent this feedback off to them. I really hope that like the idea of getting health pots and honing stones and that kind of stuff right off the break from the system also is included in Outpost Rush. That would be a great addition to that.
Yeah, because Outpost Rush does have like some, some game mode specific like consumables. Like there's, but essentially what you have to do is you have to get some do some sort of PVE activity and that kind of stuff to be able to get some points to be able to afford to actually purchase them from one of the outposts that you control kind of thing. Um, but it would be it would be pretty nice if you got like a few sort of interesting game mode specific consumables like right from the get go. That'd be pretty cool because it will definitely help even out the scenario, even out the sort of like the kind of the fight to some degree. Like there's some, because there's going to be some people who are going to be running max stuff, and then they're going to be running like uh, full levels of consumables and all that kind of jazz.
Yes.
It's just the case,
Mm-hmm.
But the nice thing about the player arenas, obviously, is that it's not a it's a much smaller, more intimate kind of PvP environment. Some may say like it's maybe a little bit, I think some people may think it's a little bit redundant because you can actually do, you can do like fights up to 5v5 like in the open world between players, but like I think the arenas provide enough kind of difference from that to actually be much more worthwhile kind of doing, because the other thing is obviously it's all of the uh, actions that you do inside of the arena actually contribute towards the PvP reward track as well, which is a very important thing that goes alongside the player arenas as well. So,
Yes.
and if you don't know, like the player, so the PvP reward track, right? Is basically it introduces two new currencies to the game. Um, Currencies may be a bit kind of uh, I don't know, PvP XP as a currency. I don't think it's a currency as such, but like you can consider them or think of them as currencies. Basically, you get PvP XP specifically and Azoth Salt. Sorry. Um, so what you do is you can earn both of those types of currencies through PvP related activities like war, like Outpost Rush, like 3v3 arenas, which is being implemented in this patch. PvP missions, PvP open world kills, and fort captures. So you'll also apparently you also earn bonus Azos Salt when gaining XP while flagged for PvP. So it's not just it's not specifically for PvP kills, but like if you are flagged and you're doing things and gaining XP, you'll also gain bonus Azos Salt. So yeah. Um, The PvP XP essentially allows you to open up and break open new like levels of rewards, and the Azos Salt that you collect is the currency with which you purchase things. that are available to you on the, through opening up those various different levels. Those kind of stuff is that kind of stuff is essentially going to be gear and like gear, weapons, emotes, items, sort of maybe things like consumables, things like crafting items, that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's looking to be it's had a decent amount of time on the PTR, so like I'm looking to I'm hoping that like the patch is going to be fairly fairly I mean fingers crossed, right? It's going to be hopefully somewhat bug free, or at least it's not going to have like terribly critical bugs. But you never know. Fingers crossed, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it should be pretty good. I know there's several people who have made it all the way to like many tiers into the new PvP leveling system. Um,
Yeah.
and there's been a lot of feedback to the developers about like making sure that the rewards are significant for putting in the effort. Um, so like that's very much a system that if you're into PvP, you're gonna want to check out.
Yeah. So one of the other kind of things is the the other kind of like major, I guess sort of one of the major sort of things that is coming with this is a new set of mutators for expeditions. So they're obviously also including another expedition with into the sort of mutated roster as such, which is the depths. So you'll be able to fight what's his face in various different ways. Captain Thorpe. So there's going to be 3 new mutator types. There's going to be an overgrown mutator type, which is basically sort of relating to nature damage and that kind of stuff. There's going to be barbaric, which has more of a sort of physical damage sort of slant to it, and fiendish, which is sort of more kind of centers around debuffs and damage over time. So and stacking damage, that kind of thing. So there's going to be that kind of like sort of interesting mutator types that are being added to the to the various different mutators that you have. So that's going to be pretty cool. There is a new Varangian Knight like story, sort of continuation of the story there. So if you're interested in that in any way, shape, or form, like there's a little bit more of that story to come. But yeah, some of this stuff was related to the patch 4 and 5 that happened in the PTR earlier on this week. So I'm gonna try and not repeat myself when we're going through the various different things, but yeah, if where is it? So there was obviously a shit ton of notable fixes and like changes and stuff like that. We have let me just like grab the notes and actually show you, post them into chat, so you guys can check that out. There is a lot. There is a lot of changes and a lot of fixes and a lot of various different various different things. So we obviously won't be going through all of them quite clearly, because there's things like there's changes like fix several navigational collision spots in Thorpe's arena, as like things listed in the in the patch notes and stuff. So in terms of like just getting the broad brush strokes, let's have a look. There's obviously some AI changes, like some general AI changes, combat changes. The 300 focus attribute bonus doesn't grant mana regeneration anymore. It now grants just a flat 8 mana per second for the duration of the effect.
Interesting.
the 200 Constitution attribute bonus it is specifically is now to specifically indicate that the bonus is specifically for physical armor, not for elemental. But I think people should have kind of understood that. But I think there was a lot of people who may have been sort of hoping that the 200 Constitution attribute bonus was affecting their their healer in a certain way, and it kind of wasn't. So they're just they're making sure that people are understanding of that. The stamina damage increase on the 150 strength attribute bonus was reduced by half from 50 to 25%.
The healing changes are pretty big here.
Yeah, there were a fair amount of healing changes. But the physical armor increase on the 200 Constitution attribute bonus has been lowered by half from 20 to 10 as well. So, in terms of the healing changes, it's multiplicative rather than additive as such. So, yeah.
And not just that, like, so now all of the healing bonuses from equip load, positive or negative, will be added on after all other calculations have been made.
Yeah.
So this means the bonuses will have either a like if it's a bonus, it's going to have a much larger bonus. But if it's a negative, it'll be a much larger negative.
Yeah.
So
there's also actually a really interesting
something to note there.
There's also an interesting kind of change to like the healing amounts, the bonuses to healing based on equip load as well. Mm-hmm. The previous thing regarding the calculations is a good thing, I believe, right?
So let's give an example on the healing here. So base healing is if base healing is 100, and a player has 2 passives and that each increase healing by 10%. Previously, those 2 healing mods were additive, so the calculation was 100 times the sum of 1 plus 0.1 plus 0.1.
Which rounds itself down.
Yeah, which rounds itself down. So this was equal to 100, basically change your healing then to 100. With the equip load now being multiplicative, the bonus is calculated after all of the other math is completed. So if we take the same calculation as above and make the second healing bonus multiplicative, it's then calculated as 100 times 1 plus 0.01 equals
which is essentially yeah, because there's 1.1. So
then it also does the equip load bonus, where now it increases it to 121 because you're adding another 10% on top of the prior calculation. Yeah. So and this of course would be the same. So for instance, if you the goal of this is that the difference in between using light armor, which adds a 30% bonus, using medium armor, which adds no bonus, and using heavy armor, which adds a 30% bonus. If you're on either side of that equation just got bigger. It's going to take more away, or it's going to give you more healing, which is going to push even more healers into light.
Because last time I recall, like you never actually got a nerf in terms of like running heavy. Like it's just you never got any bonuses. Like as far as I recall, light was like 30, medium was like 15, and then heavy was 0. So in actual fact, now it's sort of even more heavily skewed. So light is now you get a 30% bonus to healing if you're running light. You're not getting any bonuses at all for medium now, but now you're getting a 30% nerf to your healing if you're in heavy armor, basically. Which is interesting.
So this is pretty big. Like this should shift the meta. If you want to be a really good healer, you need to be in light, and you need to learn to dodge and roll. For PvP, this is going to take on some pretty significant effects, because if you want to be a good healer, you're going to need to be in light, but it's also going to mean if you get caught, you're dead.
It's gonna, yeah, you're much more susceptible to a lot of damage very quickly. That will kill you.
Hey, thanks for the sub and the
If you're
follows.
grabbed.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, cheers, guys. So this rolls quite nicely into dodges, routes, and slows, right? So they've kind of changed and augmented a few different things. So now dodging is now we have covered this to some degree in some of the sort of previous episodes because we were covering some of the PTR patches. So some of this you would have heard before, but we essentially because we were detailing this from the PTR patches. But like essentially now dodging is allowed while rooted. Player cannot move while rooted, but they will still have invulnerability frames. I still don't quite understand that sort of that change, but like whatever.
I don't like that.
Um, increase the diminishing returns for on consecutive usage of stuns and roots. So this is really good because a lot of people were aggravated, like, and still are like aggravated like crazy with the amount of grav wells that basically go off, right? And the amount of sort of amount of slows and the amount of CC that comes from all of those grav wells going off all the time. Well, there's now going to be diminishing returns on those sorts of things. So specifically on the stuns and roots, though. So the duration reduction has increased from 20 to 50 per consecutive use. So the max reduction has actually been increased from 80 to 100%. So, if it's being heavily used, so if you find that there's people or a group of people that are just basically throwing down ice showers like constantly, like at some point those ice showers are not going to affect you, like if they're starting to like really take the piss. So that's pretty good.
I think one of the interesting things in here is that being slowed will now affect the movement of your dodge. So if you
Yes.
are slowed and you dodge, you will now move less distance based on the power of the slow. So if I hit
Yeah.
you with a gravity well and I'm slowing you by a lot, you can roll, but you're not going to be doing the Superman roll like you used to be doing.
Yeah, and there was an unintentional bug that actually like permanently reduced players' dodge distance as well, and that was something that was really affecting a lot of people who were trying to fight in light. So essentially, a lot of people who were running as healers as well were essentially like having their entire ability to to dodge to be basically screwed up by an unintentional bug that was kind of like essentially reducing their players their sort of characters dodge distance that they could dodge even when they weren't being slowed. So that's really good. That was one that was really concerning really concerning for a lot of people, which is good that they fixed that. But yeah, um, thankfully, ice showers, ice storms, and grav wells no longer disable dodging, which is good. Yeah, so there was a yeah. Just kind of looking through here. Notable bug fixes. There's a like if we ran through every single one of these, would be here like all night, guys.
oh,
Weapon updates. Weapon coatings are no longer removed from weapons when gathering resources, which is good. So like if you have a weapon unsheathed and you go and I don't know, cut down a piece of a tree for whatever reason, even if it's strategically so you have better lines of sight to say, for example, a capture point, that kind of thing, you don't lose the weapon coating straight away, so that's good.
The fire staff gets solid buffs all the way around. Meteor shower increased range by an additional 5 meters.
Yeah.
Increase the damage by 5%. Judgment of Helios increase the damage by 5%. Pillar of Fire can now you can now move while casting the animation for it.
Nice.
The
So I think I think aside apart from not wanting to diminish the talk of buffs and stuff in from the fire stuff, but like I think one of the two main kind of things from the weapon updates is the blunderbuss is getting nerfed into the ground. Yeah, it's you guys are definitely gonna feel the difference between the blunderbuss pre-patch and post-patch for sure.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
for sure. Uh, I don't even want to get into all of the changes because I think it's one of those things where I could tell you the list of the changes, but like you'll never really kind of get a good feel as to the changes, uh, until you actually play it yourself. But there is a lot of changes to the blunderbuss, and I think rightly so because a lot of the meta in the game has been the sword and shield and blunderbuss, and for the most part, the sword and the shield in that sort of in that meta sort of weapon loadout. It is essentially just to cover ground quickly and stun for enough time to actually get the blunderbuss out and utilize, a uh, variety of abilities to essentially one shot somebody. So yeah. Um, the only other kind of thing, the only other like significant kind of thing is they've AGS have kind of done some work on increasing the smooth and sort of stylistic kind of gameplay for the bow. So like reducing recoveries, fixing ability cancels, increasing projectile radius on all attacks, adding cancel windows. You can sprint cancel stuff. You can add. They've added missing cancel buffers. You can use the same fire and cancel inputs for various different abilities. Hip fire startup and recovery has been increased. Uh, uh, Hip fire startup and recovery and increased move speed while hip firing. Um, reduce the hip fire multiplier. Um, there's a bunch of things. Reduce charge time and recovery for charge shots. Like basically a lot of things that essentially were hindrances to people using the bow because they essentially got in the way of people being able to use the bow in a into a very fluid kind of way without utilizing what people thought as game breaking sort of like not hacks as such, but like just you know uh essentially abused some of the mechanics, some movement mechanics. Whereas now it's actually going to be because you know uh, those those players are actually using a lot of the a lot of the changes to the bow now in a more fluid way. But yeah, you were going into the fire stuff. Um, there's a little bit of great axe, a little bit of ice gauntlet, and a little bit of lifestyle stuff as well. Actually,
Yeah.
there's a fair amount of like various different things, dude.
Moving on from the weapon specific stuff, they've also added in
Yeah.
PvP only perks.
Yeah,
Um,
we had a bit of a chat about this before, right? Like,
mhm,
because we were wondering where this was going.
mhm.
I was able to actually
There's
ask
some
questions about
interesting
this.
stuff here. Like, I could see how like if you had like a whole set of gear that went for one thing, and then used that one thing, um, you could actually get a pretty solid bonus. Um, you know, like
Yeah.
one of the ones that I really like is the siege ward. Receive 6% less damage from siege weapons. You know,
Hmm.
okay. You know, as somebody who might be sitting in the back with the ruinous musket trying to down siege equipment. If you're fighting against a T3 turret, being able to take a couple more hits is a big deal. Um,
Yeah, I'd wonder how competitive that would be. Like, say, for example, versus like fire damage like fire damage or fire ward kind of bonuses in some way, shape, or form when it comes to sort of obviously fighting on a point, right?
Yeah.
Or essentially maybe penetrative or penetration shot kind of like bonuses to just general uh to armor, that kind of thing. So I don't know. We'll see how that plays out, right?
Mhm.
One of the things that I was kind of wondering about is these are these perks are like PvP only perks, so they only apply, they only affect you or affect who you what you're fighting or what you're shooting at if it's player on player. If it's if it's PvE, those perks do not apply, which is one of those kind of things where I was like there thinking to myself, are they diversifying the perks so much to the point where you're going to have like too many, like you're going to have so many different kind of like loadouts for gear for various different various different activities in the game, that it's going to get to the point where it's going to be completely ridiculous in terms of trying to figure out what pieces of armor
Yeah.
go with what gear set for what particular activity.
Yeah.
I kind of
What set
got
do
to
I need
ask if
what for? Yeah.
yeah, I kind of got to ask AGS. There's a sort of along with a few other people some questions regarding that. So uh, that's to come. But let's get through these other kind of stuff. There was some general perks as well, which is kind of interesting. Um, they're all listed there in the patch notes there that I linked in chat. If you guys want to check that out. Um, yeah. I think I think one of the things that's kind of gonna annoy people in terms of in invasions, with some changes to the game modes, is that the boss AI in invasions are no longer impacted by the gravity well, which probably going to annoy people.
Yeah. Yeah. They really do need a gear manager.
Yeah,
Um.
they are gonna. It's gonna be pretty crazy.
Yeah.
So where is it? So with wars, they AGS are reworking the bonuses received from faction control points, because obviously, with some changes that have happened, over the past few months, like the basically some of the bonuses that you receive from capturing various different forts and stuff like that, are somewhat redundant. So there's a new list of essentially the various different bonuses that you get from capturing the fort or the control point, as it's said. Oh, that code.
Uh, so
He's still
the
got the
code
code up
that's
there.
on screen, I forgot to pull it down. Normally, we only put it up for when we're covering Star Citizen. We will have a Star Citizen section um, at the end of the or towards the end of the show. There's a lot of news about Star Citizen. Um, so
Mm.
like, if you're interested, the code gets you extra money starting off in game. So like, helps you out and helps build towards some like token achievements for me. Like, um,
Yeah, yeah.
if
Anyway,
for
let's
some
let's
reason
let's
I get a comical amount of people, I can get ships and stuff out of it. But that's we're nowhere near the volume of people for that. So
you literally need an army for that to happen, which is kind of crazy. But either way, so the bonus is received for controlling various different forts, right? Essentially, for Brightwood, you no longer have to spend resources for your camps. Cutlass keys, you increase your global luck by 10%. Ebon scale, you decrease the cost of items in the faction store by 5%. Everfall, you increase the amount of Azoth salt gained by 10%. First Light, you increase the global refining yield by 10. Monarch's Bluff, you increase all experience gained by 5%. Morningdale, you is an interesting one because you actually increase it's an additional thing that crafters may be very very much interested in, but it increases your gear score ceiling of crafting by 5.
interesting.
That may be of use for people, that may not be. But even so, if your maximum gear score that you can roll is 600, and you add that Morningdale fort kind of bonus to it, it's still going to be 600. So you're not going to be able to roll 605 gear score stuff. Like, so don't think that you can roll 605 stuff. Like, but it just means that if you are missing that, like that last 5, if you're on the faction that owns or if you're in control of the Morningdale Fort, like you get a bonus to the gear score ceiling of your crafting, which is cool. Pre-quarter, you get an increase in the amount of PvP experience by 5%. So, one of them is the Azov Salt, the other one is the PvP experience, which is cool. Rest assures you get all fast travel being free, which is interesting.
That is
They'll
very
definitely be
interesting.
That might be actually quite interesting if you are running like Orichalcum sort of circuits and stuff like that. It's dependent. Weaver's Fen, you decrease the global tax value by 10%. For Windswood, you increase the chance that a consumable isn't consumed by 10%, which I think is probably the worst like bonus there is on that thing, apart from maybe the global tax values. But like, I'm not a I'm not a marketeer as such, so
The global tax one makes kind of sense. I'm wondering if that'll include like housing tax.
It may,
Because if it
have.
does, then it's gonna be okay. Hey, before I pay for all my houses, I'm gonna I'm gonna I'm gonna quick go capture
Yeah,
this
that's
fort for
true.
10 minutes. Like
Well, the travel cost thing may not seem that like that impactful, but like I'll tell you right now that if you're running Orichalcum kind of like circuits, if you're not like in a group running Orichalcum runs like all the way up north, then essentially you're running a lot of circuits around, and a lot of those kind of circuits are kind of like connected together by going to certain points and certain sort of certain points and basically jumping from one side of the map to the other to some degree. So when you do that enough times, like you will find that it does actually impact your does actually impact it quite a lot. So yeah, that may be a little bit more impactful as well when you consider that they're adding new spawn locations for Star Metal and Orichalcum to the world. And that segues quite nicely because I'm fairly certain that XYO will be able to tell us in chat if if he's not having to sort of if he's not AFK or away from his keyboard or something like that. But like those new spawn locations for Starmad and Orichalcum, you may be able to find those on the map that you can get when you go to nwdb.info.
should be able to. If they're updated on the resource map in game, they should be live on there.
Yeah.
So let's
XYO
see.
will be able to tell us for certain, but like it's one of those things that obviously it's not available in the map at nwdb.info right now. But I don't know. Maybe he's got a version or a tab that is already running that from the PTR build. But when the build goes live, I'm fairly certain that those changes are going to be very visible on the map that we have on the that site. There's also this is actually really interesting. Yeah, so this will be also interesting as well. So they're also updating and it hasn't actually been said to that much, but they're actually also updating the respawn times for Starmad and Orichalcum to match Iron Ore. So basically, that is a 33% reduction in the time for Star Metal to respawn. So basically, it's a 33% buff to the amount of Star Metal that'll be available, and a 50% reduction to the Orichalcum respawn times, which means obviously it's a buff to the amount of orichalcum that is available to players in the world, which is great. I think probably one of the changes that is probably going to be one of the most impactful ones, but it is really squirreled away and not looking too unassuming, right? Is the added refinement recipes to the gypsum kiln to refine single stat perk items to refine what is essentially multi-stat perk items into single stat perk items. So any of those um, items that you use in order to put specific stats onto certain items when you go to craft them. If you found that like you have a lot of the ones that have like two different stats, like if you have like say intelligence and dexterity, for example, or intelligence and uh, like uh, constitution, for example, you could actually take those items and you can refine those items into single stat perk items. So that is like uh, I will be surprised if crafters aren't like really happy by that, because there's I've never liked multi-stack items. I don't know how you feel about that, Ace.
I think it's a good idea to kind of potentially re-roll some stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I like it.
There's changes to hides that we've talked about in the previous shows. Basically, this sort of the same thing. Essentially, they're trying to sort of break the bottleneck of like tier 4 hides actually being rarer than tier 5 hides. So they've changed which the level ranges in which certain creatures drop certain hides. So yeah, there may be a case of your particular area that you are, that you farm for certain hides have kind of changed in terms of like what hides they drop. So adjust accordingly, essentially. Yeah, and there's a whole bunch of other fixes.
Some
But
changes to
there's like
fishing
visual issues and all
trophies.
that kind of stuff.
Some
Oh yeah,
changes
yeah.
to fishing trophies. Players can now stack fishing trophies, so it's consistent with other trophies. They've
Mm-hmm.
adjusted the fishing trophy impact to account for the new stacking capabilities, though. They didn't say by what or how, um, but that's a thing. They fixed the bobber and splash visuals that incorrectly appeared on land. So that's
I
good.
think there is a one in here that's going to make a lot of people happy. Um, we talked about this previously, and there was a lot of people who were angry about this change because they put a lot of time and effort and a lot of um, you know uh, a lot of fairly sought after kind of materials into like essentially making these things as best as they can. But essentially, the Blackguard's Void Gauntlet um, will be, which was previously the which was previously had a stat change to refreshing evasion, which in many people's eyes essentially turn that item into basically a piece of trash essentially. The intention, they just basically say that the intention was to create an identity for the items and synergy with the items essentially. But based on the feedback, they are going to be reverting that back to plagued crits. So yeah, so that's actually that's definitely happy days for anybody who had a void gauntlet who thought that void gauntlet was basically trash now because they changed the stat to refreshing evasion, but it's going to be changed back to plague crits. Yeah. Let me go. Let's go through. I think I'm sorry. We're just going through these quite at the moment.
bunch of quality of life improvements.
Yeah, there's a lot. But
Trying to
yeah, aside from that,
trying to
there's
pick
a
out the
bunch of
ones that
audio
are valuable
fixes.
here.
Yeah, yeah. But I think I think in terms of broad brushstrokes, I think that's like pretty much it for the patch as such. But like, obviously there's a lot of changes and a lot of like very specific changes into there. So if you guys want to dive through it to see if there's anything very specific that's changed, or that like that you've been waiting to that gets fixed, or that affects your specific kind of gameplay in any way, shape, or form, like I'm going to chuck the link into chat again just so you guys know where to find it. But yeah, like it's all there, like in quite significant detail. You know, uh, but in terms of broad brushstrokes, I think that's pretty much it. Like from that particular release, which is pretty crazy. And that's coming tomorrow, essentially.
all right, yes. So that'll be in tomorrow. They also released a dev blog, so another behind the scenes dev blog, talking
Yeah.
about arenas specifically.
They talked about yeah. So there was the um oh yeah, which one are you talking?
So this is the one
Oh
where they
yeah,
talk
yeah.
about kind of the development design philosophy behind them, accessibility for them, um, and that a familiar voice as the announcer. You guys might recognize Patrick. Um, Patrick actually was is the announcer. That's his voice. So like if you recognize him from the other dev videos, there's a little showcase on like, hey, it's his first. It's his first. I believe it's his first credit as a voice actor.
Oh, that's pretty good.
So kind of a cool
Yeah.
opportunity to kind of make himself part of the game. I
Mm-hmm.
like it. Um, if you guys want to read that in its entirety, we've got like the reason I'm not stopping on it is that we've got a huge section to cover on something that are on two other topics,
Yeah.
um, or three of several other topics, I should say.
Several
Uh,
several several other topics.
um,
There's also actually one that you skipped over. There was the AGS released a new world dev team update video. Which essentially went over a lot of the things that are relating to the May Arena content update. But essentially, they were talking about arenas and how they were like instant small scale instant PvP. So the kind of very one of the kind of important takeaways that I'm not too happy about to some degree is that they do have a matchmaking kind of system in the arenas, but it is based on character level, but it's and not based on gear score or expertise,
yeah,
which
it
can
should
potentially
be on
create.
gear score.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, when you think about it, and you think about the people who are likely going to be running these, like it's going to be somewhat rare that you're going to be getting non-level 60s running this, or going into arenas. Like yeah, you definitely will get the few non-level 60s like dipping their toe into arenas as such, but like that experience is not going to be that great. And I'm fairly certain that the matchmaking system is going to spend a good deal of time waiting for them, waiting to put them into matches, essentially. Um, so yeah, I don't quite know how or why that they decided to go with the character level rather than gear score and expertise. But that's something that hopefully they realize is an error, and that that they're likely to fix. They talked about mutators, about the fact that it's mutation expeditions are coming to the depths, that there's new mutation types. They talked about the continuing story about the Varangian Knights, They talked about events. Basically, they'll be dropping. The devs will be dropping into the live servers after the May update is released to do like various different things in PvP. So open world PvP, OPR, 3v3 arenas every so often, that kind of thing. So watch out for them. Watch out for maybe certain indicators in their names, maybe that they're actually devs or not. But yeah, they're front loading about the fact that June is not going to be a month of a big update landing. They're basically going to be doing smaller, more frequent updates, and there's potentially going to be a double XP event that they're calling an extravaganza. So whether that's going to be a weekend or it's going to be a week or it's going to be longer, I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
But the XP is going to cover more things that the previous XP weekend didn't cover. So, or double XP weekend didn't cover. Yeah. For example, the extravaganza will include trade and gathering skills. So double XP for trade and gathering skills. So if there was ever a time to knock out that that tree cutting skill, like that'll be the time.
Oh yeah.
There were some stats that they released about NPC expedition bosses. Basically, Nishitune has the top spot in terms of player kills with 400,000, and then it's Isabella with 200,000 since the last stat reveal, anyway. And then there's obviously sort of like the fastest top tier mutation runs, so M10s. Dynasties at 21, Genesis at 13, Lazarus is a straight under 25, but there's unconfirmed ones that are faster at 19 minutes, and Tempest is 27 minutes and 12 seconds. And there were some questions, dev community questions, that they went through. Desync fixes are coming for rooted, and the stutter when coming out of rooted is coming soon. The quick camera movement, like positional desync fix is coming soon. Hopefully those are going to be coming in the May update that's going to be coming tomorrow. The Void Blade desync is apparently still being fairly evasive, and I believe there's a charge, like a Great Axe charge desync that they're still working on as well. They're still looking at better balance in the gathering skills for the effort versus the leveling that you get. There is a requirement to make best in slot gear from crafting to be. The requirement to make best in slot gear from crafting they feel is excessive, and they like people have said that it's excessive, and AGS have acknowledged this and they're looking into it, but they don't have any actual plans specifically for the short and midterm. They're happy with the gold economy at the moment. The Azoth economy is in a bad state, and they may sort of add or augment or work on the crafting link to Azoth. And obviously they mentioned about the orichalcum and star metal veins coming as well. But yeah, that was the video, the essentially the dev world team update video that was published. The TLDR on that one. I guess we should start talking about like more community related stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So people
Sorry,
are
editing the patch notes because more stuff is happening as the show's going on, and the other two games have decided that tonight's the night. Hey, thanks for the gifted sub. It's much appreciated.
Sub. So right, community related stuff. Apparently, people are mad that players are selling umbral shards, and it may come as a surprise to you that you can sell umbral shards. You can, I believe I don't think they're actually sellable on the market. I think what you have to do is you have to make trades person to person in order to actually, in order to sell them. So, but people seem to be mad that people are selling Umbral shards because it seems that they think it's a lot of people seem to think that it's something that you should grind hard to get and not just pay gold in order to to receive. But like honestly, there's nothing in the terms and conditions that says that people shouldn't be able to sell stuff for gold. Like it's not in any way RMT. People have essentially looked at these players and have either assumed or have decided that they wanted to say that they are gold sellers or scammers and all that kind of stuff, or running bots and that kind of stuff. So and I'm fairly certain that there are probably going to be those few sort of people who are selling umbral shards for gold who are also using bots and selling gold and that kind of stuff. But like I'm fairly certain that there's going to be a lot of people out there who may be selling umbral shards for gold who aren't botters and selling gold and that kind of stuff. There's always a broad spectrum of people who will do these sorts of things, but like at this point in time, there is nothing that says that you are not allowed to sell umbral shards for gold. It just it just irks people who have worked hard in order to get their stuff via to high levels via umbral shards. But if you're one of those people who are just like who are enjoying the content, enjoying sort of the content that gives you lots of umbral shards, and are doing it over and over again, and you don't need the umbral shards because you've kind of you've used all the umbral shards that you need, and you're just having this massive excess of umbral shards. What do you do with it? Well, you could sell it for gold. Why not? Right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's definitely going to be people out there who want umbral shards for sure. There's going to be people out there who will want a variety of different things that help you kind of level up various different things.
And the official
just
response from the devs on this, Shadow
mm,
Fox, is that uh, selling carries and selling in-game items for in-game currency is legal.
yeah.
Now,
Now it's different.
RMT, where you're trying to buy it with real money, is
Yeah,
not and will be treated as such. But
yeah. It's different if those people who are buying those umbral shards are buying them using gold that they purchased from a illegal gold seller. Like that's a different thing.
yeah,
But but individually, selling umbral shards for gold isn't an illegal thing. It isn't something that is against the EULA or the terms of service for New World. So some people should get off their high horse on that regard. Yeah. And then there's the elephant in the room, right? There is the Death of a Game episode from Nerdslayer.
so I unfortunately have not had the chance to watch the whole thing yet.
Well, I mean, I have, and I can give you kind of like a bit of the TLDR. Like it's his usual sort of, essentially showcasing the, the history of the game, right? The history of the development of the game, and then his kind of summation as to what the issues are with the game, along with like his personal experiences of the game, and then the conclusions. That's basically how it's set out in terms of the video. But there's some interesting kind of moments in that I think are kind of interesting. Should we get into it?
Yeah, let's dive in.
Yeah. So, if you didn't know, Nerdslayer was an Alpha 1 tester. If you missed that, A's. He mentions and details about how he was flown to Amazon Game Studios to actively give feedback on the game, like actually at the studios and stuff. He kind of glosses over some, like, the history of, some of the development of the game, and some of the post launch development. But let's just put it this way, uh he definitely notes that there was a 180-degree sort of change in the game design, um that I don't know whether it was irked by him, like whether it irks him, or whether it's just a case of like, um it happened so late in the development that he knew that that was going to be a bad thing. But it's also a great example of, um where he where he creates like scenarios where, well, how can I describe this? um that 180 game design, like, when he comes to sort of like listing the contributing factors to his conclusions, um violently disagrees with other points that he considers to be large contributing factors to what he considers to be the death of New World, which is strange, you know. And he talks about, like, just if we're going on, like, um, how accurate and how how would we say, struggling to figure the words here because it's like 1 a.m, and I have no idea what's being said in chat. But anyway, um, so Nerdslayer kind of does mention at the start of the actual video that, like, although this game may be referenced in Death of a Game, it does not mean that the game is dead yet, according to him, but may look very much like it is heading that way. When you look at his like some of his previous, like, back catalog of videos in this series, you find some oddities where, obviously, he isn't right all the time, and every single time. Like, he has done a Death of a Game for Overwatch, and there is obviously sort of, player stats for Overwatch, like concurrent players,
Yeah,
which are
there's still over
estimates.
6 million concurrent users, or 6 million
Million, like,
active monthly users, or
yeah,
active monthly players
yeah.
in Overwatch, which is not a small number. So, like,
It's not a small number at all, and the estimated daily active users are in the hundreds of thousands for sure. Like,
yeah,
and so, you couldn't look at that and go, well, that game is dead. It clearly isn't. But that is another game that is listed in the Death of a Game sort of category for Nerdslayer as such. Like, he has done an episode of Overwatch, Death of a Game for Overwatch, right? He's also done an episode of Death of a Game for RuneScape Classic, and RuneScape Classic is,
still very
although I did
much going strong.
still very much going strong. Like,
Yeah.
the screen grab that I did when I was looking at this
So
showed that
in other words, it's a clickbait title to get people to
it's
watch, and then
it
it's
does
not
seem to
really
be a
about how the
clickbait
game's
title.
dead. It's just about how the game progressed to where it is.
It seems to be more along the lines of how the game progressed to an area that he's not, like, interested in. Let's put it that way. But yeah, like, when RuneScape, when he's done Death of the Game for RuneScape, it's like, and RuneScape is actually pulling better numbers on Twitch for viewership than Siege and Sea of Thieves and BDO. And it's kind of like, these are all, like, kind of inconsistencies, right? Like, in the video, he refers to Arcade as one of his most favorable MMOs, and he's also done a Death of a Game episode about that too. So, like, it's there's a lot of strange and odd. There's a lot of oddities to his to this video as such. Um, so if we're going to go through the synopsis of the history of New World, like the way he goes through it, it was basically fairly decent until, like, a little after the launch, in which case basically the talking points that he brings up seems to be very much like a a Google sort of search fest, with like not really that much nuance to the stories behind the headlines as such.
I feel like here's the problem. Like there is an NDA, but I don't agree with his statement. There is an NDA that prevents me from saying anything more than I don't agree with the statement of the history of New World was fairly decent up until little after launch. Like anybody who played the
Well,
beta knew there were problems, and like during the beta, like that's prior to
no, no,
launch.
no, no, no,
During
no.
the preview week the
Hang
year
on, hang on, hang on, hang on.
before, there were problems.
A's. No, that's just that was the notes that I took over that. Like his synopsis of the history of the New World, like what was pretty much on point as to sort of like the highs and the lows and that kind of stuff. Like that's what I mean by fairly decent. Like it was fairly on point as to sort of like the positives and the negatives of the development up until, you know, a little after launch. And then it's kind of like then his synopsis of like the development of the game after that was pretty much like just, you know, kind of like Googling, you know, New World controversies essentially, right? So, you know, it's essentially when he kind of does a synopsis to the contributing factors to how he kind of considers that New World is dead, according to the, you know, according to, or at least sort of um, worthy of a death of a game episode, right? These are the contributing factors that he came up with, right? That he landed on, right? A lack of MMO experience and experienced developers in MMOs, which I could say, yeah, that probably rings fairly true. Like, you know, when you look at the back catalog of a lot of the developers who are working or who were working on New World up until its release, like, you know, there's very little actual MMO experience there. But then again, you know, he's mentioned in previous videos that he's done on New World that breaking into the MMO development scene is actually quite difficult.
Yeah,
So you
it's a
kind of
very
need,
small pool of developers to pick from,
yeah, and
and you got
it's
to
a
be
very
willing to
niche
pull them
thing.
from very competitive positions.
Yeah,
Um, you
and
know,
it's a very niche thing. One thing as well is it's a very niche category of games, and those games generally tend to last quite a long time as well, unless they die. Um, you know, and in which case, like, you know, if you're if you're hiring people from failed MMOs, then, you know, people will kind of look at you sideways, kind of going like, "What are you doing?" Right?
mhm. I
So
would
the
also
lack of MMO
challenge a little
experience
bit
is
of his
understand.
because I know like
Mm,
I've seen a little bit more of the developer level than most. I would challenge to say
okay.
that I believe that the developer level had a lot of experience in MMOs. I believe that senior management lacked MMO experience. Uh,
Yeah, and a lot of actually that's kind of funny the way that you say that, because a lot of the points that he makes in terms of, you know, MMOs, you know, the sort of developers not having MMO experiences or MMO experience in terms of like design and development. He you know, Nerdslayer essentially looks at, you know, the leads to those particular areas rather
yeah,
than the individual developers that are working on the game, right?
yeah,
And to some degree you can kind of understand, because like, you know, those developers are actually, you know, making the decisions as to, you know, where game elements go and where, you know, how much development time and effort and stuff like that is being put into certain areas of the game. So to some degree you do need to have some degree of experience in figuring out what is required for an MMO in order to make those decisions. But like it's one of those things where, you know, you can still have a fair amount of MMO experience in the, you know, the line, you know, the developers of the on the line kind of thing. but not so much in terms of the management and the higher, the higher level kind of managerial kind of side of things. But yeah, that was his first kind of point, like in terms of contributing factors, which is the lack of MMO experience and the experienced developers. You know, sort of a hit and miss in that regard, in terms of that particular thing. He also, references the 180 game design during the closed beta. Specifically specific reference is based on the sort of PvP, the first sort of like first iteration of the game being PvP centric, and then like them shifting to PvE centric, right?
So
we all know that we all know that we all experienced that in the closed beta, in the alphas, stuff like that. The change in actual fact it happened in the alpha, not in the closed beta. But he specifically said that it happened in the closed beta, which is incorrect. It's incorrect. It's inaccurate. Which, however you want to,
it's about a 2-year difference, is what it is. So it's inaccurate.
So he also mentioned that there's no competitive content, and the content that is available is short-lived, and I think a lot of that he's referencing is the PvE content. To some degree, that's changed obviously since a lot of like the content updates and all that kind of stuff. There's not. I think leaderboards are still coming, but people are still registering speed runs and all that kind of stuff. So there is a degree of competitiveness in this. And obviously sort of, getting up to levels, certain levels in, mutated expeditions are somewhat competitive, as well as obviously the arenas are kind of fairly competitive, right? And we have, that's specifically PvP, right? So, there's a degree of competitive content there in PvP for sure. But, specifically the content that is served up to players in terms of PvE is very short-lived, because there's nothing that there's very little out there as far as he's concerned that players get to create their own content. So that was the third contributing factor. The fourth one is nothing innovative or worthy of the Amazon name, which I think is kind of a bit of a cop-out, because you don't have to have an innovative product. You just have to have a product that is better at doing something than another product, right? Great example of this is the iPhone. Like the initial iPhone was not like innovative. It had all instead of it just being a phone, they decided that Apple decided that they were going to have that it was going to be more than just a phone, that it was going to be a phone and a whole bunch of other things, right? And that wasn't specifically innovative, because they weren't innovating anything specifically, but they were just encompassing their phone to do a lot more things than just other people's phones. So you don't have to be specifically innovative, but you can be a leader, or you can do something interesting in the space without actually being innovative. So I'm not sure how well that particular contributing factor stands.
I also have to challenge this. So I challenge this from the perspective of people associate Amazon Game Studio and Amazon to be the same thing. They go, how can a $1 trillion company be this bad at making a game? Because they're not spending $1 trillion on a game. They're spending $1 trillion. They're $1 trillion company because they run 3/4 of the internet. They run a massive shipping and logistics thing, and they spend literally tax relief money on a gaming studio that they happen to run on the side. That this is the first game that actually, or this is the first successful game that actually came out of it. Now, I would eat my hat if anybody in chat can tell me in the next 5 seconds what the first game EA Games released was. Because, or the second, I'll take either one. No, and that's 5 seconds. Boom. Can't do it. Why? Because it was a new studio. Nobody knows what it was. I know what it was because I have it up on another screen. It was Archon, The Light and the Dark, and then Axis Assassins. For the Apple II and Atari 8-bit and the Commodore 64.
Oh yeah.
But you probably didn't know
games,
that because nobody knew who they were at the time. You don't build a brand new studio out of nowhere. Staff it up with a bunch of people, and generally speaking, your first game is probably not a hit. It is probably not the breakout success that you were hoping for. And we all saw Crucible. There's no hiding the shame that is Crucible. That was dead on arrival, complete. How you release that game is beyond me. It was like if it was like you gave the idea of a game to people who have never played a game before and had them create it, and then didn't ask anybody before you released it. Because it was rough. A team-based game with no way to communicate with your team.
It was also the fact that the maps were so large that, a lot of the, a lot of the action was basically stifled by the fact that you barely, it took fucking forever to even, find anybody to fight.
Mm-hmm. Now, the other side of this is if you want to try to be a success right off the break, MMOs are not the place you start. I think this was more of a statement that we're willing to take on a product that probably isn't going to be a success right off the break. MMOs have a long storied history of turning into shit immediately on release. If anybody knows anything about the launch of Final Fantasy XIV online, it wasn't received well.
No.
But all of a sudden people are like, Final Fantasy XIV's wonderful and New World shit. It's yeah, but Final Fantasy was not good when it released.
It was not good for a while. They had to spend a good long while to actually,
and they spent a long time rebuilding their audience and all of that, and it worked out for them in the end. It's a very quality game. Nobody can, and people bashed the shit out of it at the time. And New World is going through that phase, and that's it appropriately so. Now, going back to my main point, tying it specifically to the Amazon name and going, they should be expected to perform better than any other brand new studio out there. Frankly, go fly a kite if that's what you think. If you think it is so easy to start a brand new studio, go do it. Because clearly it's a simple thing to do. I don't think you will have the success that you think you will unless you're making mobile games, why anybody competes for computer games which are the tiniest of fucking markets compared to the colossal amounts of money that you can pull out of mobile games is beyond me. But
we literally, I mentioned literally in the end of the pre-show that Crafton, who make PUBG, 75% of their income, or 75% of what they make, per year is from PUBG Mobile. The mobile version of PUBG, and that equates to literally hundreds of millions of US dollars. It's ridiculous.
And
if you're looking for money, it's mobile games. You don't go and say oh yeah, what we want to do as a new studio is to create a persistent open world MMO RPG.
Now, that is the other thing that we know,
hardest thing to do.
Yeah, so they picked literally the hardest possible project to do and just went, fuck it, we'll do it. Why not?
And
they've clearly been learning as well. as a studio, they've clearly been learning, because what we do know
Yeah.
is that in their Montreal studio, which has been fuck all quiet, like there hasn't been a fucking mouse fart in that building, like in terms of press releases, uh, other than the fact that we found out that they hired in, and we know that they're working on a first-person shooter. They have not confirmed this. We know that they were working on a first-person shooter only because they hired a large portion of the former devs who created the initial vision behind Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, that's our only clue.
So
As far as we
clearly,
know.
they decided, hey, maybe we should get the band back together on a group that knows and works together well, and let's support that group in a vision towards something that hopefully coalesces
and
into another good shooter.
and at least that demonstrates that they have learned that they need to actually have experienced developers when it comes to developing a certain type of game, right?
Yeah.
So clearly they've learned from that.
Yeah.
They've
Now, if
learned
we find
their
out
lesson in
that
that regard.
they hired those devs and they turned around and put them on Hello Kitty Island Adventure 5, then yeah, I think we can all riot at that point. But
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
you know, it's
But
pretty obvious what they're doing up there.
but this
yeah,
does bring me to the next point, right? Like in terms of contributing factors that Nerd Slayer was talking about, like is he claims that the game hobbled too early to the launch. And the funny thing is, I remember the launch specifically, and I remember, you know, playing the open beta and thinking like they need to do some work before they launch the game, because if they launch it how it is in open beta, there's going to be an issue.
there's a clip out there somewhere of us saying that it was ready to go, but um, I here's the thing. We had a dev come into the chat a few days before launch, and I basically was like, or a few days into the closed beta, and basically was like, here's the things that you guys need to start working on. If you're not already working on them, you need to work on them now. Um, Server transfers. You need to iron those out. You need to iron out some of the economy stuff, like because this isn't right. Um, and like there were some pretty wide scale bugs that they need to be able to pretty rapidly patch. And
Oh yeah, yeah.
in terms of hobbling too early to launch, I think they also botched the launch state of the game, uh, and then the attempted fixes unfortunately were too fast.
Yeah,
They weren't
they
fixes in that they didn't fix necessarily the problem, or they may have fixed the problem, but they created 5 more in its place.
yeah,
And
that
so
was
I
something
agree that was a huge issue.
yeah, that was definitely something that was, and that very much is, where we kind of say that like they did those too quickly. They were too proactive in terms of trying to get those fixed without like checking their code, without checking what they're changing, without checking what they may be introducing into the game, like with those changes, those rapid kind of changes.
Oh yeah.
So let's quickly go through the last 2 contributing factors according to Nerd Slayer, right? Apparently, according to Nerd Slayer, AGS lacked market and competitor research. So basically, he uh, says that it is quite obvious and quite clear that the AGS didn't really do any competitor research or any kind of like research in terms of the market and how what you should how you should pitch the game in terms of in order for it to be a success, or sort of basically figure out like what works and what doesn't work in an MMO. To some
Like, I
degree, I
mean,
could
I
say
think they
yes,
did
but
a
also to some
phenomenal
degree, I could say
job of
no.
marketing the game. Like the marketing and influencer management side of things, like between Greg and Rebecca, like, you know, Greg knocked it out of the fucking park on the creator side. And the press side of things was also great. Like any game that almost like they almost hit 1 million concurrent users. Any game that gets anywhere fucking close to that, like that's a pretty big fucking success.
I mean,
Like
from marketing, yeah, but like
yeah,
in terms of But this is not really regarding that. It's more along the lines of actually, like, doing research on like the IPs that you're competing
Yeah.
against, rather than
What systems,
trying to
what play
sell
styles,
the
what stuff works in other similar IPs.
yeah.
You know, there I think that they had elements of what works, what doesn't. Um, so and because I know that I gave them elements of what works and doesn't, like,
Yeah,
on many
I saw
topics.
the
Like
document.
I can't talk about them because I can't talk about them in detail, but like I can tell you, I'd sent them directly market research on it, so they didn't lack it.
Yeah,
They might not have implemented certain things, and they might, I think that we can all agree it would have been probably better for them to delay another 6 to 8 months. Um, you know, but
yeah.
I think that you know there is a learning curve for a studio, and the lessons learned from the school of hard knocks that has been the launch here, I think, is going to make them a better studio in the end.
Oh
You
no,
know,
I totally agree with that. So and this last kind of contributing factor is probably one that you're going to feel that you're not going to agree with. But it's kind of like it's one of those interesting things to. It's an interesting one to finish or round off this list of contributing factors. But Nerd Slayer feels like New World was made in a vacuum. How do you feel about that
I mean,
as a statement that he considers to be, you know, somewhat of a fact, at least in his point of view?
I
How do
mean,
you agree with that? Do you
they're
disagree with that?
the main thing is they tried things that were very different than what the rest of it, or than the rest of the MMO genre does. You know,
Mm.
like having a completely classless game where you can level up all of the different weapons and all of that is not really a thing you do. Mostly because you want people to play alts. You know, um, because then you have them repeating early game content. Um, you know, like the open world nature of it. Like I don't think they get enough credit for the open world, the server infrastructure and the ability to seamlessly walk around the world and not notice that you never have a loading screen. Unless you fast travel, like you don't have loading screens. You can walk end to end and anywhere you want. As long as you won't fast travel, you won't have a loading screen for anything. And I think that is a very impressive thing that speaks to the capabilities of the team. Because if you compare a recent MMO, or attempt at an MMO at least, Anthem, you know, which had a loading screen every 30 fucking seconds, you know, then yeah, like, but I don't like. I think that they were willing to try something different, and I don't think that's a bad thing. Um,
Yeah, but
going back to
let
like
me.
Alpha 1 versus Alpha 3, uh like if you want to say it was developed in a vacuum, I think that they might have been a little bit nervous about releasing the Alpha 1 version because it was basically Rust.
But so
Like,
here's a question that I think brings it fairly heavily into focus. Do you think that the game would have been 180 in terms of its design philosophy if it was made in a vacuum with no outside feedback?
no.
Exactly. So when looking at these contributing factors, according to Nerdslayer, right? He says that one of the he says specifically that two of the largest contributing factors is that the game was 180'd in terms of game design during the closed beta, but also that he feels that the game was made in a vacuum. does that not feel like, like does not feel completely counterintuitive, or like, does that not feel like those two those 2 points are, kind of opposed to each other?
Yeah, it does. It contradicts itself.
It's heavily contradicts
Yeah.
each other. It's kind of ridiculous. And so this is the thing, like he puts the 180 game design like in the top, like at the top of the list, and this, like, there's this aspect that he feels that the game was made in a vacuum right at the bottom. So, when you're watching the video about it, like, it doesn't quite, it doesn't initially sort of like, like, you don't initially click that like he's basically said 2 contradictory things. But yeah, like, so it's kind of the so when I'm doing a critical analysis of this video, like, certain things do kind of like poke out about it. But from an understanding that he was there at the basically at Alpha One, right? In terms of putting in his like feedback for the game, and his hopes as to what the game would become, kind of thing. Like, it does feel like he comes off as a player who got marginalized by the game's redesign, right? And especially when it comes to his synopsis of, like, the development of the game post launch, it kind of feels like he kind of like was playing after launch for periods, like small periods of time, and then wandered away from the game, because like a lot of the synopsis, like post launch, was very patchy and very just headliney, and that was it. Like he pulled up
Almost like he's phoning it in by googling news
yeah,
articles
yeah,
about it.
yeah, that's exactly it, because he pulled up the article, he pulled up the it's funny that he went to this, because he pulled up the article, he pulled up the example of GPUs being bricked as a negative against AGS and New World. Now,
That is
both of
probably one of
us,
the single that is like one of the single most common threads that I
I
see
know,
on the
right?
subreddit over and over and over again is the game still bricking CPUs or GPUs?
Yeah,
It never
yeah.
was. Like
And,
the 3000 series cards had a physical flaw in them that the manufacturers have admitted to already in multiple statements. It was a combination of shit VRM design, bad soldering, and mass amount of people playing the same thing at one time. The cards were failing in all sorts of other games as well, but New
it's
World,
just
because it was a success at launch, almost had 1 million concurrent users.
yeah,
It
it
was
just
the
so
thing
happened
that
to have
happened
been.
to, yeah, it happened to be the game that everybody was playing at the time, and it was the most people, so it was like, oh hey, the game's doing it. The game was never doing
And
it. It was just,
and
yeah,
there was also that synergy of the fact that this was Amazon game, or that it wasn't Amazon games, but it was Amazon on the side of the game, or side of the box, right? And
yeah.
people especially kind of at that time had a fucking raging hate boner for Amazon, and people love to basically create clickbaity kind of titles with that hate on Amazon, because
Oh yeah.
there's definitely a crowd out there that love reading about hate on Amazon. So, it's
Yep.
just one of those sorts of things. So,
Yep. And they can't possibly distinguish between corporate Amazon, the logistics branch of Amazon, and the tiny game studio compared to the rest of the massive organization.
right, yeah,
Like,
and so this is the
yeah,
thing, right? And so that's the reason why I kind of say that, like, Nerdslayer comes off as somebody who, may have been there at the start of the development, but kind of got marginalized by the redesign of the game, and then essentially didn't really play that much after launch, because his synopsis of the game after launch, and his synopsis of the development of the game after launch, is very much just a play-by-play of, like, googling Amazon Games controversies, essentially. So, at that particular point, like I'm looking at this, this particular, you know, this I don't know really what to call it, like hit piece maybe. I don't know. It kind of sometimes
it's
feels
your
like it feels a
classic
bit
it's
like a
your
hit piece.
classic it's the absolute classic generate controversy for views clickbait that you should expect from almost every content creator out there. Like it
Yeah,
is the
I think
classic inevitability of controversy sells.
yeah, and I guess at some point every content creator on whichever content platform that you're creating content on, be it be it Facebook, if you're that inclined, or if it's YouTube, like you're gonna get to that point where you're making making stuff basically for controversy clicks. It just sucks that Nerd Slayer's kind of got to that point. I hope that he kind of moves on from that and actually starts creating content that isn't just basically about clickbait,
I mean,
and
he's
just
not the only
controversy. Well, it's
one.
not really.
He's not the only one that we've kind of raked over the coals over, stoking controversy for no, you know,
Yeah,
for
yeah,
views. Like, I mean, I'll call him out again here. Kira TV, perfect example. That's like
yeah.
his
Good
whole
point. Good
channel.
point.
You know, like
It is.
I'm not saying that he's not successful in doing it. I'm saying that that's what he's doing. Like, try aim to stoke controversy. And if people want an example of what video to watch, he does a long hit piece about Amazon and RMT. Guess what's not in New World? And
Mhm.
we're 5 months, almost 6 months into the next year. Guess
Oh,
what's
like
still not in New World? Any
oh,
kind of RMT.
RMT, or essentially paying for levels in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah. So like just putting that out there, like, if you're gonna make that kind of content and you're gonna, aim to stir up some shit, people should also down the road call you out on the fact that you were wrong. Like,
And specifically when we
you
say
know,
RMT, we mean like legal RMT, not like people actually selling
yeah,
gold for
they have
like.
not added things to the cash shop to buy levels, or they have not added, in-game transactions to instant max level your character or anything like that.
Or that specifically
Yeah,
allows you to throw money at the game and get gold,
yeah.
for that.
We're more looking at it from the perspective of like the game allowing
Le-
real money to gain actual advantage.
legal RMT,
Yeah,
in the eyes of the developers, is what we're talking about when we
yeah.
say RMT.
Now,
Like,
RMT in the game is also a problem as well between the players, but that's
yeah,
a whole different problem.
exactly,
Um,
exactly.
the goal is to keep uh, keep in-game advantage away from money.
Hmm.
Like you shouldn't swipe your card to be the best gamer. Your sense of accomplishment should not come from your credit score. It should come from your gaming ability. Um,
Exactly.
so yeah, and I mean, like, uh, Asmongold in the past has also done the same thing. If I'm gonna call out one, I'm gonna call out a few here. Like, you know, because in for a penny,
Why
in for a
not?
pound, might as well. Kira TV, Asmongold. Asmongold covered Kira TV's thing, so that's why I'm gonna take a swipe there. Like, sorry, but you took the bait on it. You know,
Not
like,
like we haven't as
we've
well. So
not like we
we
haven't taken bad bait before. Like, you know, like it's happened. And there's probably too many content creators out there to count that do that because it sells. They make videos
yeah,
like this because people watch them. Josh
yeah.
Strihiggs is
Yeah,
another example.
I was gonna say that,
Yeah,
like,
you
because there
know,
was definitely there was a point at which I heard about Josh Drive Hayes and his stuff, and like I watched a fair few of his videos, and they were very solid. They were very
yeah,
solid, very on point. They were well researched. They were well rounded and grounded. You know, there was even a one which I thought I would not be able. I would, you know, feel like that I would react strongly against, which was the one where he was talking about how um, pay to win might actually be okay. Like, you
yeah.
know, the advantages and the good things about pay to win. Um, and you know, he does a good job, especially in that particular video of his, to sort of bring you around to understanding, you know, that frame of reference, that kind of point of view, right?
Mhm.
Which is good. But like, he's another one of those content creators that, you know, started off creating really, really good content, or got into a good stride of making really good, solid content, and then unfortunately faltered and went the way of, you know, sort of controversy clicks, right?
Yeah. You know, and
Which is,
again, we're not
it's a
saying
sad
that
thing to
any of
see.
these people aren't successful creators. Like,
No, they're not.
they're
They
very successful because they know what
they are.
they're doing. They know what sells. You know,
Yeah.
this is like the cigarette company putting a hot chick on the carton. You know, they know what the fuck they're doing. Like, you
Yeah.
know, uh sometimes they have bad takes. And frankly, like I don't like the takes of most content creators because they have a tendency, because they do it for a living. You know,
Mm.
unlike McLeod and I have 9 to 5 jobs. You know,
Yeah.
like we go to work during the day, which is why our show is in
We're
the
not.
afternoon. Like it's in the middle of the night for McLeod. Like it's almost the morning for him. But you
It's
know,
2 in the morning for me.
yeah,
Like,
like you know, but like they have this mentality of like, oh, there always has to be something being added to the end game, and it's like, hold the phone. 3/4 of the audience is nowhere fucking close to where you are. You know, because we don't play 14 hours a day. Like
yeah.
that's just not a thing that most people do. And admittedly, there are people who are like, you know, college students who do most of their stuff online and are able to play a lot of games. I know I played a shitload of EVE Online when I was in college.
I
Uh,
played too much as
you know,
well. That was just a bad decision.
yeah,
That was a series of bad
and that's
decisions.
fine. Like, and that's fine. Like that's
Mm.
you know, like there are people that can do that, but most gamers can't afford to put in enough time to hit the super, you know, hit the super end game grind. And this is going to come up later as well. Like when we talk about Lost Ark, this is going to come up later about that because like the game's only been out for a few months, and people are already like, "Oh my god, the end game needs more. You know, we need more, you know, support players in the end game." And it's like, you know, yeah, of course you do, because the rest of us are still leveling. Like, calm your tits. Like,
Anyway, before we get to Lost Ark, let's
yeah,
literally bash out the last, like, the kind of the last two things that we have regarding New World content, right? New World sort of news and stuff. So AGS did an office hours Q&A on their the official Amazon Games Discord. I recorded it specifically, um, um, you know, for anybody who missed it, and anybody who wanted to listen to it as such. There was a bunch of questions being asked and that kind of thing. If I went through all of them, it would basically be the same length as the actual you know, the actual Q&A session, which was an hour long. I'm sure you don't want that, so I'm going to give you kind of like, you know, some of the kind of takeaways from that, from it. Essentially, the topics that were covered were arenas, AI, outpost rush, rewards, PvP reward, the PvP reward track, player progression, and double XP kind of events, right? Obviously, I was there to sort of pitch in some questions. There were a lot of other people there who were pitching various different questions. So get down to sort of some of the questions or some of the interesting kind of things that were said. Basically, um, I was very much on a sort of expertise and catch up mechanics kind of sort of things. We were able to get I can't remember who it was who said it, but like I'm sure you'll be able to go and figure out which particular person said it. But we got AGS to specifically say that expertise catch mechanics are something that they are actively designing on, which I think is something that is like new to the to the conversation with regards to catch up mechanics. I don't think they've actually said anything specifically in any other medium about catch up mechanics, especially expertise catch up mechanics, that they were actively designing. So that was pretty cool.
That's
Um,
very good.
yeah, that I'm actually quite proud of getting out of them, to be completely honest, because I think a lot of people, who are trying to catch up at the moment, who are like doing the expertise grind or doing the sort of like the umbral shards kind of grind as well, are looking at it as being a quite a significant mountain to climb. And when you're doing these double XP weekends and all that kind of stuff, or double XP events and stuff, and you see that like, oh, I'm already level 60. Like it's not really these, this stuff may help with other tertiary things that I'm doing in the game for fun kind of thing, but like it doesn't actually affect or help me with this grind in expertise, right? So the fact that they are actively designing on expertise catch-up mechanics in some way, shape, or form is really, really good to hear. They've also said that they are interested in doing more game modes for arenas and Outpost Rush. Things like 10v10s for arenas, that kind of thing. Maybe like maybe sort of capture the hill or that kind of thing. For Outpost Rush, or maybe even like different maps for Outpost Rush, but like it's not something that they have. But they want to see how the community responds to it, to the arenas. But they don't really have anything specifically planned for the short to midterm for it. But they are definitely interested in doing more game modes. We got a bit more information about about what AGS feel regarding normalization of PvP, especially instance PvP. They refer to it as a hotly contested conversation. AGS are basically state that they don't want the time spent that by people who have spent that time grinding for high gear high gear score stuff with umbral shards and all that kind of stuff. They don't want that to mean nothing if if they go and change and normalize PvP. They want to respect people's time that they've put into the grind to some degree. So positives and negatives, I can kind of see where they're coming from. It's just it sucks that like being at least somewhat competitive in PvP requires a significant amount of grind still. So, you know, yeah. AGS are cognizant of the gear set or loadout sprawl that are, and they're looking at ways to deal with the excessive inventory clutter. But they don't have anything specific in the near term to deal with it at the moment. So they're kind of keeping apprised of the situation, and they'll see how bad the situation gets in terms of like public feedback and community sort of feedback and that kind of stuff. So yeah, there was a question about PvP perk craft, PvP only craft mods that drop from the PvP reward track, and wondering whether those using those in crafting would force other random perks to be PvP only, or be perks that are that help in PvP and not perks that end up basically only working in PvE. So, for example, if you use one of those craft mods on a piece of gear, and you get, say, for example, a beast ward, that would be kind of like you would feel like you have actually just wasted that PvP only craft mod, essentially. And so they were looking into that. They were looking into potentially they're going to look into potential ways of helping alleviate that. So fingers crossed on that one. This was actually a really nice one. And it's something that we said that we really liked as well. Ace, the winter convergent meteors.
Yes.
Do you
The
recall that?
dev. This, yes, we said a lot about this, but the stream could hear me, but you can't.
Oh, okay, okay.
So we said a lot about this actually, and I'm happy that the devs have echoed that like this has been heard and this is something that they want to. Is
Yeah,
that like the
they want it more
meteors in the
permanent.
winter convergence event dropping any item, like any mineable, like bring those back, like you know
Yeah,
any
because I
any
really like
type,
them.
like it could be a creative way of adding orichalcum randomly out there. They look cool as shit and people enjoyed them, like you know
Yeah.
it could be a truly random thing and just like bring them back. That's
Hmm.
and point set match 100% do that. And I think
Yeah.
they admit, hey, yeah, we liked it too, and they heard the feedback that people like.
That's awesome. The last kind of thing that was really kind of said that I kind of feel is definitely worthy of mentioning is there was a change to the spawn the spawning of rafflebones, um, and people were confused and concerned as to what that meant because it was somewhat a little bit vague. People were concerned that maybe that rafflebones wouldn't be spawning that much, and that would be a shame because it's quite an interesting sort of open world dynamic event to occur. The reasoning for them changing the spawn uh, of rafflebones is not relating to like nerfing it in any way, shape, or form. It's more along the lines of some players have been able to predict the spawn location pattern that Rafflebones kind of uses to be able to predict where Rafflebones spawns next. And that is something that they want to actively, deter essentially. So they're not changing they're not nerfing how often Rafflebones spawns, but they're just changing the random, like the randomness of his spawn, so it's less predictable essentially. Just in case people are concerned about the fact that like they may be nerfing Rafflebones. But yeah, other than that, there was something kind of like fairly recent where where New World apparently has been nominated for the best game Foley work at the Game Audio Guild Network Awards. Foley work is essentially the kind of
Sound
in-game
effects.
soundscape, sounds and sound effects, soundscapes. So things like chopping trees, things like hitting iron nodes, that kind of thing. Like all of the incidental sounds that you hear that kind of like bring an environment alive for you and for your immersion in that kind of sense. So and I think if we're being true to ourselves, like the soundscape inside of New World is actually fun, actually pretty fantastic. So, you know, um, we I hope that they will at least get some recognition of the work that they put into that. But like the other thing is, they are up against It Takes Two and Returnal for that. So it's a hard group to win.
Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
just checking into something here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the game's not dead. Still got mid 25,000, uh, concurrent players. Like that's far from dead.
Yeah, I know games that have been going on for decades that are, you know, at less than that, and they still consider it to be, you know, they're still looking at it kind of going like, oh, we've still got years left on this game, so you know.
Yeah.
Oh, XYO. Oh,
So
I love
true.
you, man. Jesus.
So going back to the award here, like, you know, I think that they stand a pretty solid chance. You know, they stand a pretty solid chance of actually getting this award. I think one of the few things that just about everybody agrees on is the fact that the sound design in New World is phenomenal.
It is beautiful.
Yeah, like you hit that tree for the first time with an axe, and you're like, ooh.
That crack, and you're like, oh, this game's good. Like,
Yeah,
you know.
So like that, you know, I think it's got a pretty solid opportunity to win an award there. And yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, the other side of things is, you know, as is said in chat, you know, it's not a sub-based game, so people can come and go, and they're more likely to come and go because there's no return cost. You know, they don't have to throw down for a sub just to check it out. You know, new content gets added. You know, people are going to come back. How many? We don't know.
They don't have marketing emails sent to people saying, hey, you should get into this game and pay us, you know, 300 $400 US for the privilege.
See, for those that don't know, CCP Games released an email to people who used to be subs saying, hey, if you pay us X amount, and X amount was the amount your sub cost since you left. So, like, I haven't played in several years, so mine was almost $500. If you pay us almost $500, we'll allow you to get all of these skill points that you missed while you were away. You know what? No, I don't think I'm gonna come back and spend a large sum of money on the game right off the break. Yeah. Clearly, you have not played Star Citizen if you think that's a lot of bugs.
You clearly haven't played Battlefield 2040.
Battlefield 2040. Or Cyberpunk.
Oh, Jesus.
Or, you know, like,
Jesus Christ.
Pick a recent AAA game that hasn't had a complete shit
Madden, FIFA, like, I don't know what, like, take your pick, dude. Like, we can go at this all night. Like, in all honesty, like, there are so many more games that have so many more bugs than New World. Yeah, fair enough. You know, they had some bugs that were like, you know, quite serious and quite significant.
A year later, what was that game? It just hit a year later. Elite Dangerous Odyssey.
Oh yeah,
a year later, it's still shit. Like,
oh Jesus, and they still don't even understand. The developers still don't even understand what they went wrong, where they went wrong in Odyssey as well. Like, that's the concerning thing.
I think when you have your head that far up your ass on developing something, this is still coming back. When it comes to Elite Dangerous, like their folly into trying to beat Star Citizen to market with a walking on planets is just a full scale miss.
But I think the thing is, like, you know, when you take the conversation that we've had like today about, like, you know, the updates for New World and the news for New World, like, at least you at least get the impression that, like, you know, AGS are listening, and AGS are kind of are you know, are at least responding to players' feedback on the game.
Yeah.
You know, and that is the thing that helps, and that's the thing that, like, you know, will, you know, at least if you're open to being able to understand and realize that, you know, when it comes to, you know, refining a game and bringing a game back from, you know, the brink, that is the fundamental and crucial thing that you need is, you know, to listen to player feedback and to respond proactively, and respectfully to it. And that's what AGS are doing. Like, but the thing is, MMO, like long-term persistent MMORPGs, are significantly huge games, and it takes time.
Absolutely.
It's only been 6 months.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think people forget that it's
7 or so.
like it's been 7 or 8 months now. Like it has not been that long.
No.
And like I think as we've stated during this, like it has not been a smooth 8 months.
It has not been.
But
there has been
over the last
significant
couple of
issues.
months, it's gotten much better.
Yeah.
Like are there still issues to fix? Of course there are. Like this, as we covered right off the break here, this month is going to be smaller in terms of content, and more about fixing bugs and getting things ready for the next one.
Yeah.
And that's that.
Making sure that some of the stuff that they've released or about to be released tomorrow is in good shape for the subsequent next few months, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, anyway, that is New World. That is you guys caught up in terms of New World content. I think the only thing to say about New World news is essentially the last of the devs versus content creators events is happening tomorrow, and there is going to be a Twitch loot drop for one of those chests.
Have they announced who the other two creators are?
What, for the final one?
Yeah. I didn't see any.
Typically they showcase them on their Twitter, but I didn't.
I know that we're looking for two people, and the offer was floated, but was never acted on.
They maybe
we said we'd be willing to do it. I'm just saying,
I don't know why. I don't know why I thought this, but I was literally just looking at Twitter, and I looked to the side, and I was just like, oh yeah, that would definitely draw a crowd in terms of content. Like, for the final two people to sort of be doing devs versus creators, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Oh no.
That would draw a crowd. Like,
that would draw a crowd. It's like, oh, can they work together in a team with another person to defeat devs? But it will draw a crowd for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, sorry about the massive derailment there, but yeah, that was basically the last thing about New World news that I wanted to cover.
Yes. So naturally, like as we've done in the past, and we've been doing this more and more over the last few months. We're gonna shift our coverage. Our next topic is gonna be Lost Ark. So we're gonna change categories.
Just as you're doing that change of categories, I'm just going to say this: if you do want to, if you do need information about anything New World related, as well as even like guides on how to do certain things, and probably the best up-to-date map that you can find for New World, you should definitely go check out XYO's nwdb.info website. It is fan-fucking-tastic.
Absolutely.
Anyway,
aside from that, we also want to take a moment, thank subscribers, followers, all the people who support us on Patreon, and of course the people who help boost the Discord server. It really does help, and everyone else. Thank all of you guys. So, but yeah,
well, you definitely Yeah, even though even if the map isn't actually specifically yours, XYO, like I think everybody who likes that, who prefers that map to everything else, like goes to that map through nwdb.info.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's a much easier link to find. That's for sure. All right. So right off the break, we have breaking news for Lost Ark. We've changed categories um, for the stream. We do have a weekly update that will start tonight, um, and uh, this is basically going to fix a number of small issues. It's not intended to be a wide scale change or anything like that. Obviously, the major patch was last week,
Mm-hmm.
but this is going to fix a couple of issues that a very fixed set of players were dealing with. They an issue that was similar to New
They have
World, where
they haven't
somehow
done
they
what I think
allowed
they have
players
done.
to send HTML code in chat. So
Oh
they have
no.
fixed that. Um,
Okay.
they also fixed an issue blocking the book of coordination from being saved um, if combat skill presets were loaded while on the Shadow Hunter. So that was actually kind of a bigger deal. But yeah, it'll be a small patch, but we want to make sure people knew about that. That means downtime tomorrow morning. Um, they do their downtime before New World does. So like there's this at uh midnight uh 12 a.m. Pacific time. So
Yeah,
in
7 a.m.
several
UTC.
yeah. So like it is the middle of the night for pretty much everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Um
Even it's typically middle of the night for everybody, or for Euros, it's basically like the morning.
yeah.
And yeah,
So unless you're
not too
playing,
much of an issue.
unless you're a Euro who's playing at like 6 o'clock in the morning, you're probably not going to notice it.
Yeah.
Uh, like it's generally up before I go to work in the morning, so like it's pretty good timing. They have officially announced that there will be a roadmap that they are expecting to release next week. The AGS staff related to the project flew out to Korea, South Korea, because there's a difference apparently, for
Nice.
meetings on the roadmap. And there, that I know I have several hopes, and this will tie into some of the other things we're going to discuss. I think we're going to continue to see new classes. I think that if they were really smart about the next stuff up, they would release the artist, um, which the reason for that we'll cover on this next topic here.
Mm-hmm.
Voltan, the new Legion raid is hard.
Apparently, yeah. Apparently, he's pretty difficult.
Yeah,
Who knew?
yeah,
Who knew
end game content is complex in
from
Lost
a
Ark.
Korean MMO? Who knew
Yeah,
from a Korean MMO? Like, my God.
yeah. So, yeah, um, it's even
Oh,
harder when you're bad at the game, and even harder when you're bad and your class gets nerfed and you have no supports. Um,
that this is true. Although I would say that if you've recently, like, added a new class to the game and people are playing that class, that's probably one of the reasons why there's less support classes running around
mhm.
helping people out. So yeah.
Like one of the things that is not understood well by players in the game is that DPS does not come first. Like DPS is secondary to the game's mechanics. Like survival is more important than dealing damage. So if your job is to deal damage, most of your job is to also not take damage from obvious mechanics. like getting pushed off the shelf in Voltan is going to result in bad times. Like, it is what it is. That said, uh this leads us into like one of the bigger kind of issues that's happening right now, is that how do you get players to play roles like the paladin and the bard? Um, and hopefully, fingers crossed, they add the artist soon, because there is actually a real shortage of end game players playing support classes. Um,
Yeah.
it is not easy. Um, I think it's actually really important to note that like getting people to play those classes is actually pretty difficult, because like you want to be able to deal damage, you want to be able to do all of that, you want to be able to like power through stuff, you go power through your dailies and all of that, and it's just easier on a DPS class, and to have all of your alts as DPS classes, because if you're using them to feed you resources, it kind of makes sense to set yourself up for success that way.
It
Um,
makes sense. Yeah.
so this leads to the problem where they released two classes back to back, the two DPS classes, the Glavier and the Destroyer. They're both great classes, don't get me wrong, but
Hmm.
the one had the power pass, and the other one, they gave you enough time to sort out other ways to power level your character. Like, if you know what you're
Yeah.
doing, you can rapidly level them. I'm already in tier 2 with mine. So, like, obviously, when new content is added, people are going to be like, oh, hey, I can spin up a new alt with that. That'll be fun. I'll try it out and, have some fun with it. Well, the problem there is that people start getting, to the point where they've got a full roster. And now it's, well, okay, do I really pay for it? Or, do I pay for an extra slot? Do I pay gold? Do I find a way to get that extra slot for another character? Um, to finally start a paladin or a bard alt, that's going to take me a while to level. There's
Mm,
no real incentive to it. But this is where you
yeah.
have the opportunity of, like, if they release the artist with the power pass, or started selling power passes, would be another way to do this. Um, you could easily put yourself in a position where, hey, it's the new shiny thing. It's a new support class. you know, and people are going to be like, oh yeah, of course I'm going to make room for the newest character. Like, yeah, that makes total sense. Why wouldn't I get the new character, even though it's a
Yeah.
support and I don't have any supports? I need a support anyways. All the more reason to do it. Um, you know, like that in itself is huge. The other side of this is, and this is just like general advice. Everybody loves healers. Your healers, your supports, like, because there's so few people willing to actually do it. Like, you're in an MMO. If that's the class that you like, that's how you make a lot of friends really quickly.
Oh yeah. No, for sure. Like,
Yeah.
you know.
Like, be a not even like halfway decent. Be a bard or be a paladin that has skills appropriately set up for shielding and healing, and you're good to go. Like, people will love you for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
They
know,
definitely will. Like it may not be the sexiest class to play because you're not like you're not creating those massive fucking DPS numbers or those massive alpha. Like,
yeah,
but it's one of those ones that like you know other people really really appreciate. And like you like as you said it, it's like you'll make tons of friends like
absolutely,
by being a support class and supporting people.
absolutely. Um, sorry, just got a thing. Um, you know, I
Mm-hmm.
this also leads into the fact that the game doesn't have a DPS meter. It doesn't care who's doing the most DPS. Like, MVP is just a thing. Like, it's not a, you know you're not getting any bonuses for it. Um, so it is what it is. You know, their out of game DPS meters, don't use those. They've openly said that's not a thing they want.
No.
You know, so do not use any out of game tools on that. That is a very very bad idea. Um, you know, I do want to hit on another topic related to Voltan. You know, uh, watching Asmongold fail repeatedly at Voltan. Um, and I'm gonna this is gonna get clipped and out of context and all of that. I guarantee it. Watching Asmongold fail repeatedly at Voltan was the highlight of the last week for me. Like, I'm sorry, it was. It's not a Schadenfreude thing. Like, I'm not like reveling in his failure. Like, I actually see this as a good thing because it means the end game content is really hard.
Yeah.
It is what it is designed to be. It is meant to be a significant achievement to accomplish.
I
You
mean,
know,
I think when we did kind of like way back when we did like a bit of a sort of like a teaser as to, you know, some of the end level content, like the super end level kind of
the
content,
space opera one.
the space opera one, that it was just a showcase of how insane like end level content in Lost Ark is, you know, we'll get to, you know, and obviously that Western sort of the Western version of the game will eventually get to, and it's a case of if you think Voltan's
Yeah, if you think Voltan's bad, you're just,
oh,
you know, if you're getting pushed off the shelf in Voltan, you won't survive space opera.
no.
Like, you know,
You might as well just fucking quit right now.
yeah, like
But you know,
you have peaked.
if you're
Yeah.
if you're but if you're willing to learn, if you're willing to like not just, you know, go at it again and again and again with the same strategy, thinking that like brute force is just going to get you through this, like if you're actually willing to learn, you're actually willing to sort of try out different strategies, you know, uh, and figure out like, you know, how to actually get through this, you know, get through this particular kind of this particular challenge, like then yeah, like, you know, you'll get through this, and then you know, eventually you will get to, and the western side of the western version of the game will get to the fucking crazy ass space opera kind of uh heights of the you know that the Korean sort of
Yeah,
version of the
they've
game
got to ease
has.
us into that shit because if people can't do
Yeah,
Voltan, like,
but
there's no way they're getting through
but
space
if
opera.
but if you're willing to learn, then chances are you probably will end up completing and defeating that as well. So,
Yes,
you know, it's just a case of, you know,
yes,
this
and
game will
doing it in the
punish you
first
if you
week of the new
try.
content coming out is just
Yeah,
not very likely. Like, this stuff
no.
is designed to be hard. It's designed to be something you haven't done before. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so don't go in being like, oh yeah, we're gonna get it on our first clear. Like, if you got it on your first clear, you're getting hard carried. Like,
You're getting hard carried, or you really know your shit. Like, and I don't just mean like, you know, the techniques and the method of how to like, you know, get through certain things.
or you are in the
Very precisely how
full,
to set up your character to be able to do this.
yeah, or you were in the full group of bards who tried it
Or
and
you're running
succeeded
Cockroach
and
Squad with like
succeeded.
full bards, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, something like that.
which
And you,
people were really pissed about that because they were like, if those guys had split up, that would have meant 8 other lobbies would have been able to play. But no, those assholes said, "Oh, play together." And it was
well,
like, you know what? If you don't like it,
it
play
probably
Bard.
it probably took them like 3 or 4 times as long as it would have normally have taken as well. So, you know,
all
that
bards all
additional,
set up on a healing spec.
yeah, all bards on the healing spec, like, you know, not that much DPS, not that much damage, but like, you know, eventually after hours and hours and hours, kind of like, you know, just slowly grinding through.
Oh yeah. So and our last thing for Lost Ark for the day here. So there are calls for an API. So some sort of way to work, call the game server and gain data from the game server to better track collectibles, dailies, currencies, and other opportunities with out of game tools. Like there are
Yeah, that would be
there
useful.
are so many different fucking things that it would be nice to be able to just be like, what's near me to do that I have left to do while I'm
Yeah.
here? Have an out of game tool that's like, by the way, there's 2 Makoko seeds in the area with you, you know, without having to dive into 6 menus to find, all the different crap that you could be getting. Like,
Yeah.
it's a lot. This is coming from somebody who's like, I think I'm somewhere over like 60 some percent of the Makoko seeds farmed. Like, you know, I'm getting there. You know, I've got entire zones now completed. I've finally got I got my first Ignia token uh, the other day, which means I completed a full zone with all of the rapport. I'm close to completing another one. Within by the weekend, I should have a second one.
Very
All
nice.
all of the other ones get a hell of a lot more difficult. Like the rapport numbers just go through the roof. So I don't know how I'm gonna
Yeah,
deal
I
with that.
you said something about the rapport kind of requirements, and I was just like, my jaw hit the floor in terms of like the amount of work that needed to be done for that.
Yeah.
But like, I'm glad that you're getting some of the areas like 100%. So
Whoever
that's awesome.
designed the rapport system in terms of people that occasionally do the like 100% on games, you are one sadistic motherfucker. Like that is that is no, just no, naughty. Don't do that again. Like so here's the thing. This is the annoying part. You only get a certain amount of interactions with NPCs for the rapport system. So you have a certain amount of emotes you can do, a certain amount of songs you can do. They do quests and a couple of like conversations when you level them up. That'll give you a few points. Otherwise, you have to give them gifts. In order to get the gifts, you have to get Providence hearts. Providence hearts you can get by doing a variety of different things, but like they
Are
generally
capped
come
per
off of
day,
Una's
right?
tasks, which like you can only do a certain amount of them per day. Uh, which ties you into, well, okay, now I can only progress in this so far. And then you're like, okay, well, maybe I can get some more out of the Mary shop, which, okay, yeah, that's one way to get another few. Um,
Hmm.
and then you're running other content to get, potentially get the chests to drop rapport items. Uh, and then you're using those rapport items to be like, okay, I'm trying to min max, like which ones go with who, for the most amount because they're not all the same value with each NPC because they all have their preference of like what gifts to give who. Which
Yeah.
again, you know, Rusty Rake would be what I would use to meet the individual who created the rapport system. Um, just saying, like that
Yeah.
is it is a very annoying system. Uh, and it is a very beneficial system if you level them up. Some of them give you really good shit. Like it's
Yeah.
actually worth doing. Some of them you have to level them up in order to get island tokens. So you can't complete it for many days.
Yeah.
Uh, so yeah, if you're out there and you're like, oh, I haven't done any rapport, start doing rapport. Like even if you're doing it poorly, start doing rapport with whoever, like whatever NPCs you want. Like just start doing it. Because if you don't start doing it, you're going to be like me looking at it and going, well, this is annoying as shit.
Oh, yeah, just a bit.
Yeah. So it is what it is. I appreciate it. I do think that the call for the API is definitely warranted. Being able to call that and just to be able to better track like collectibles and see where
Yeah,
you are is a good thing or would be a
yeah,
good
for sure. I know they've been trying to like add some additional sort of um additional kind of utility for the in the sort of like escape menu kind of area, but yeah, I think external tools and external APIs for a lot of that stuff would be really useful.
Yes.
But yeah,
And on that topic,
mm-hmm.
that wraps our Lost Ark coverage for the week. Kind of light, some cool stuff, but there will be more next week. There's
Yep.
some interesting stuff in the works for that. There was a lot of New World news, so please go, if you want, go check out the VOD, because I think we went for
Like
almost
almost
2 hours on
2 hours.
New World alone. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
uh,
There was definitely a fair amount of it. To be
but
completely
yeah,
honest, there was a
so
lot.
let's.
There was a lot that happened. There was a lot that happened. There was a lot to cover. To cover. If you want to know the really like the important thing that you need to know, the critical kind of like thing that you need to know is that the arenas patch will be dropping tomorrow. Yeah. So anyway, let's move on to Star Citizen.
Yep. And we just changed categories. We're good to go on that front. All right.
Yeah.
So first and foremost, breaking news, roadmap roundup.
Mm-hmm.
This is big news. This is real big news. Because we've been waiting for this.
The nice thing about CIG is they let you know in advance like what's happening through the week, and what you should expect. And it was one of those things that I was like, well, apparently, according to CIG, we are going to get a roadmap update sometime today, but like they haven't released it yet. So all right, whatever. But
And
thankfully they
this
have.
is one of the reasons why I was a little quiet during the New World section was that I was
Okay.
prepping some of this content here.
Right, I see.
So some good stuff with this. Basically, the 318 column has been adjusted to now arrive in quarter 3. As
Ooh,
per
that's
the
actually pretty cool.
chairman's letter.
Mm-hmm.
The goal will be to get 2 to 3 months of testing on the alpha for 3.18 in the PTU.
That's basically all of Q3.
Yeah. There will be an alpha 3.19 update at the end of quarter 4. With a similar testing approach as 318, and this will include the initial release of server meshing, the Pyro system, and more.
Ooh, that's
Yeah,
that's a lot. That's a lot of that's sort of intriguing promises.
yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe they're not. Maybe they're
So
not promises, but like that's a lot of. Yeah, that's a lot of
and
stuff that people have
that's
been
an
wanting for a long time.
early Q1 aim for 4.0, which will
Yeah.
be the goal. So aside from that, they talked about the Drake Mule, building, implementing, and balancing Drake's cargo vehicle, the Mule, as a game-ready vehicle. This feature has been added to the Alpha 3.17 column as it was not announced prior to this. The illegal delivery missions. Implementing illegal variants of delivery missions into the persistent universe, including reputation gains with criminal factions. This feature has been added to the
Okay.
Alpha 3.17 column, and is targeting delivery in Q2 in the 3.17.2 patch, which will come in a little while.
Nice.
AI planetary navigation. This system allows NPCs to move on planetary surfaces using a dynamically generated navigation mesh. We've talked about this in a prior episode. This feature has
Yeah.
been added to the Alpha 3.17 column. This is targeted for the 3.17.2 release as well. Basically allowing for NPC reinforcements to fly into locations where otherwise they wouldn't, like it, like adding a spawn closet just wouldn't feel right.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Oh, okay. Yeah. No,
so
that is
yeah,
very true. By
uh,
having essentially, NPCs coming in via drop ships and stuff like that that land in areas is like so much better than just spawn closets that open up.
So they mentioned, going back to the chairman's letter for a minute, they mentioned that because they know that 3.18 could take some time. It's gonna be potentially
Mm.
3 months in the PTU. They want to make sure they release content for us, and that we have plenty to do when the 3.17.2 patch comes out. So you can
Yeah.
see them kind of like starting the snowball here, but there's much more.
Yes.
The derelict reclaimers, points of interest. So we have
Now,
the derelict caterpillars, which McLeod and I have been doing a decent amount of. These are going to be the
caterpillars.
reclaimers.
So I just want to point out that, like, having looked at reclaimers in the I think it was the last version of the the expo, right? Those ships are freaking huge.
Oh yeah, these are going to
Like,
be
I'm not even
much
joking.
more intricate wrecks. Like,
I hope especially the in space kind of derelicts as well. Like, I hope the in space derelicts will have this, like, almost like alien esque, xenomorph style sort of like creepiness to them. Because, like, I know that the reclaimer, the ship, like, it does have this weird presence. And I know that
oh
that's a weird thing to say about, like, just fucking 3D model, but, like, its design is oddly imposing and oddly kind of like, um do you know what I mean? Do
oh
you
yeah,
do you do you get
it's
that
it's a
vibe
very
from it, that there is
intimidating, like dominating structure. Like it
there's
sends a
this
statement.
it has this weird, almost like xenomorph alien-esque sort of like vibe to it.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what it is, but it has that.
So
But
these
yeah.
these additional points of interest would be scattered both on planets and in space. Um, and they're going to
Mm.
include different types of activities like puzzles, traversal, and missions related to them, along with rewards to loot. So, I'm always
Nice.
good with anytime you give me something to loot, I'm gonna loot it now. Hopefully they add the loot all feature soon, because that's driving me nuts. But um,
Hey, at least with the the lootable kind of areas in the lootable wrecks in space, right? You won't have a situation of tractoring one of the loot boxes and having it fall through the fucking map.
yeah, yeah.
Oh
So this
god.
this too has been added to the 3.17.2.
Mm-hmm.
So we can look forward to that.
Yeah.
Um, so uh, they're adding additional Stanton Lagrange points, additional rest stop locations surrounding Microtech, ArcCorp,
This is interesting.
including both the stations themselves and the gas clouds surrounding them. This feature has been added for the 3.17.2 as well. Um,
Interesting.
the Siege of Orison.
Ooh.
Implementation of the Siege of Orison, a new dynamic event in the persistent universe featuring both first person shooters, and flight combat.
Ooh. Okay.
This new event will pit you against the Nine Tails to liberate the floating platforms of Orison. This feature has been added to the 3.17 column and is targeted for release in Q2 as part of the 3.17.2 patch. We've seen some hints at what this is, and this is I've been through this area in game. It is fucking huge.
It is really, really big. You do get a little bit
Yeah.
disorientated going through it all. The funny thing is, and this is gonna freak you out as well, is if you've kind of gone around, like, sort of like, you know, uh, like, essentially going through this with a fine tooth comb, you would have realized that that is only one area of three that they have.
Yes.
And in actual fact, it is like it is an area and an event where you have to like go through and solve a puzzle to be able to activate a sort of
Restricted areas.
like a restricted areas, and then power up a sort of one of the like traveling kind of craft kind of
Mhm.
ports sort of thing, so you can get to the next area. And I imagine the next area kind of has something similar to that that gets you to the next area. So, just that one area that we've been able to sort of like look around is freaking huge in comparison to, compared to, a lot of the areas that generally tend to sort of do FPS sort of content in, in Star Citizen.
Oh, yeah.
So the fact that this is only one of the three areas that like we're going to be able to sort of like go through and enjoy FPS and flight combat in is amazing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And like they like from what I've seen, I know that I'm going to be looting some of that Nine Tails armor. Like
I've
that
already
stuff
got
is
some
super
Nine
cool.
Tails armor. I've already got
The
some.
server I was on, I couldn't find any of the bodies. I think people were
Oh, okay.
were there before I got there. I did kill a number of players, but
Oh, that's good. That's always good.
racked up a few murder charges.
Nice. I
uh,
mean, the game sometimes just gives you it anyway, so you might as well rack them up legitimately, right?
what's funny is like one of the guys, like he was on the shuttle with me going there, and then like I kind of like I ran into him, but like he didn't know I was there, and I just kind of like pulled out my sniper, and I'm like, it's time. Just
Well,
two tap to
it
the
was
back of
really
the
fun.
head.
What was really funny was like I think it was on the PTU at the time, like before the event actually started. Like I was going through it and like I met we got met this one dude that was basically jumping onto the onto the sort of like the shuttle that I was getting off on, and we did this like kind of awkward shuffling, kind of like not knowing if each of us are gonna shoot each other or not, like, and then he left in the shuttle, and I was on the actual on the platform, and I was like, okay, so that that worked out well. Actually, I'm not dead, so that's good. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
But I'm glad that that's coming, and this is just fair amount of stuff that we're going to be able to get our teeth sunk into, to as we're waiting for 318, which is great.
Yes. And so the last thing here, adding to the 318 column, is the persistent entity streaming, which is that's going to be huge. Like, it's first steps to server
Yeah,
meshing. Um,
that's all about persistence
yes.
across all servers. It's not just across like the server that you're on. Like if you got disconnected from a server, sometimes like persistence doesn't carry through in certain things. But like the persistent entity streaming should basically allow dynamic objects to persist across all servers, which is awesome.
Yes. So to the progress tracker, they also added the Drake Mule and the Anvil Legionnaire. Um,
Yay.
I haven't actually checked the where those are on the progress tracker, but quick dive into that.
Hmm.
Um,
But I'm impressed that they are hoping to get 318 to arrive at the end of Q3 in 2023. That's basically September, which is impressive.
yes. And of course, like releasing a bunch of stuff in between then is also like okay,
Yeah,
like color me intrigued.
it's like shifting gears.
So the Legionnaire doesn't look like it's gonna okay. Legionnaire looks like it is completing its work in December on the progress
Okay.
tracker.
Well, they have its very important USP that we haven't gone over yet to still kind of flesh out and actually implement into the game. So
Yes,
there
and
is
it
that.
looks
Like
like
it's not just
it looks like the Drake Mule ends in June. Uh,
okay.
so
So that
that I
sounds like 318.2
yeah,
or
or
317.2.
317 too. Yeah. Um, I don't think there's a crazy amount more to do with it. Um, you know what wasn't mentioned?
Mm.
The cargo refactor.
I think that is hand in hand with the Drake Mule. Like if they're finishing, if they're looking to sort of complete the utilization of the Drake Mule for 3.17.2, then that has to do with cargo refactoring.
Okay, no,
That's the entire
it's still on
point.
there for 318 as tentative.
Oh,
So,
okay. Oh, okay.
um,
Okay.
that's tied to persistent entity streaming. So that makes
Oh, okay.
sense.
They have to have that in before.
Um,
Yeah. Oh, all right.
um,
That's fair enough.
so the mule probably will be able to pick up boxes in the short term.
Hmm.
The ones that we can spawn. I believe I saw something where the devs like at least acknowledged the fact that we're spawning in custom boxes. Um, and it's like,
Yeah.
you know, let us just spawn these boxes. Like, let us buy them. Like, you know, yeah. It sounds stupid, but like, stop making me blow up my ship to do something that I'm gonna do anyways. Like, make this a less
It's a
painful
bit
process.
ridiculous. It is a little bit ridiculous.
Um,
Um,
um, so that'll be all kinds of good to see. If you want more details on that, make sure to check out the website. The AI roundtable happened, and is a
yeah.
very interesting video to watch. They talked about kind of there's several major topics, but I think the two biggest ones were AI blades, which are basically the cheap version of AI crew. Um, they're not great
Think of
at
it.
doing stuff, but they're like the first initial. I'm going to throw an AI into a turret, or I'm going to throw an AI
Yeah.
into automatically managing my shields. Um,
Think of it as the Star Citizen equivalent of, like, say, having auto drive on your Tesla and then having a chauffeur in your car. Like,
yeah,
it's kind of like that. Like, if you want like the auto drive kind of thing going on in, but like, with regards to like your turrets in your ship, like you can use AI blades. But if you want, a little bit more nuance, with a little bit more flexibility and a little bit more kind of like customizability, like you can hire AI crew at some point.
yes. So obviously AI blades will come first,
Hmm.
long before AI crew, because AI crew have
Yeah.
to be trained to deal with coming in and out of all of the ships, being able to be tasked to do a number of different things. They mentioned the possibility of like being able to hire a janitor for your ship, and like tasking him to fix the engines, like is probably going to take a little bit longer, and he might break it,
I mean,
versus tasking a mechanic. you know
yeah, there's high likelihood that the janitor may not fix it, break it more, and actually injure himself or even kill himself in the
yes,
process. Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
uh
Hire the right people for the right tasks.
yes. So this will be an interesting thing. They talked about the load on the server, because obviously they want these AI to feel like they're you know not
Not AI.
not stiffs. They're not there to just fill space. They're there to feel part of the universe. You know,
Yeah,
and to be active participants in running the ship and all of that. But they're going to need to be tasked. They're going to need to, and they're going to cost more. They might cost alpha UEC for time. So like those are definitely things to know. Um,
yeah,
but yeah, so I thought that was a great one. They like I really like when they talk about AI, because um, you run into some of the challenges with you know like for instance like New World. So, some of the servers can feel empty because there's not a lot of players. But if the AI were acting more like players, then it wouldn't feel as empty. You know, and in the
yeah.
vastness of space, let's say we don't know if their end game is to have everybody on the same server. But that would be wonderful if we could get to that point. Um,
I mean, it does break the immersion a little bit, like when you walk into a room and every single like character in the room is T-posing except you.
T-posing,
Like,
standing on their
you
chair.
know,
Yeah.
yeah,
Like, why can't
you
I
know,
T-pose?
it's one
Like,
of those things where you kind of like you sort of, if that happened in real life, they'd be there kind of going like, are people pranking me?
yeah. Did I not
Like,
get the memo?
like, am I being filmed for some like reality TV show thing going on right now? But whereas obviously in Star Citizen, you come into a room and everybody's T-posing, you're like, okay, they're all AI. That's fair enough. You know, hopefully that doesn't happen after more successive kind of iterations of the AI, and so it actually feels a lot more kind of like like the area is sort of more alive.
Yeah.
Um, yeah,
So that
because
that brings us to our next topic here. The Invictus launch week. Um,
yes,
so there has been a number of new bugs in this
bugs and
build.
bugs and bugs and
Yeah.
bugs.
I think many
Well,
people were
they've.
hoping that it was going to be a fix to many of the bugs, but there's been some problems.
I mean, I think the worst one, or the most aggravating one, considering that it's Orison, and considering that like you have to, get into a shuttle and go here, there, and everywhere in order to actually get to the expo hall. And when you finally get to the expo hall and you go to the actual lifts to get to the convention center, and the option isn't there.
Yeah.
That's the thing that aggravates me, because it's not like it's not like you know it, or it's not like you can kind of like, I guess maybe you can kind of ask in global chat as to whether it's functioning, stuff like that. But like,
It's a
there's
hike to get there.
situations there's situations where people might not actually answer you in global chat and that kind of thing. But yeah, it's just one of those things where it's a bit of a hike to actually get to get to that point, and finding that the expo hall is actually bugged is a real pain in the ass.
Yeah.
um Thankfully I haven't experienced that much, or that happening that much anymore. But like, yeah, the first few days of the Invictus launch week, yeah, it was really aggravating.
Yeah, it was pretty friggin' painful. Um,
Yeah,
like so here's the thing. I'm not a huge like I understand why they did it at Orison. Like Orison's kind of the new shiny toy. Um, I'm more
yeah.
of a fan of them doing it at Microtech. Like I'm sorry, but it's just a
you,
better
you,
location. Like
you know
the
what I decided to do eventually.
what's that?
I decided to change my respawn point. So if I need to get off Orison, all I do is I just put everything into my local inventory and just kill myself. And then I spare
Mine is
myself
still at
adding.
Microtech because I refuse to
Yeah,
base on
yeah,
Orison.
yeah. That's a good
Like
point.
they need to move the jump point in needs to not be 100 kilometers from anything. Like that's a
Yeah,
miserable trek in a fast ship. You know,
yeah.
like let alone
So
like you're
so
flying
to
in a
do
you're flying in a C2 and you're like, I'll be there in a half hour. You know,
yeah. Do we want to kind of talk about this, because like I have issue with it, and I have issue with it in several reasons. Like not least the ones that you've mentioned specifically. The fucking time that it takes to burn in and out of Orison, right?
the
Um,
time that it
I,
takes to
I
get in and out, the fact that where the fuck is the spaceport?
where the fuck
Like
is the spaceport?
Like
Yeah,
you
and
fly into
it's
Microtech and you sit there and you know, okay, hey, there's red lights on 3 towers off to the side of the city. You know what to look for. Orison, it's like, what the fuck am I looking for?
and also you can tell that there's a city there, and then there's a whole bunch
Yeah,
of like turbo, like there's a whole bunch of like tubes and stuff going from there to this like one site that seems to have like a bunch of a bunch of bright red lights that
yeah,
are somewhat reminiscent of lights that you may see on like an airport or that kind of thing, right? So you're like, okay, that makes sense. Like that's probably the spaceport. You
Yeah.
know, other areas they're a little bit more kind of obvious where they actually say like like fucking like Gloryville, like they have like fucking spaceport written in fucking big letters around the fucking spaceport, right?
Yeah.
And some other things like I think Area 18 has a very very specific looking building that is different to all other buildings.
Mhm.
That once you know that that's the spaceport, like yeah, like you're not gonna you're not gonna be but you're not gonna be basically looking at a place and going, is that the spaceport or is that not the spaceport? Like but Orison, like fucking it's potluck.
Yeah.
Half the time I'm just thankful that I can go to my fucking Mobi-Glass and go and see whether I have it in range to be able to call it, and so I can actually get like an indication as to where the fuck the spaceport is. Because
Oh,
if I
that's
didn't have
that's
that,
if you get the
I'd
fucking
be fucked.
location for
Yeah,
where to fly to. Like, because
yeah,
occasionally it's not giving you the like, it opens the doors, but it doesn't give you the beacon on which fucking hangar is yours. I've parked in somebody else's
yeah.
hangar
Sometimes
three
that
or four
happens.
times now.
Yeah, I've had
Because
that
I
once or
just move
twice before
around
as
and wait
well.
for a door to open.
Hmm.
I don't care if there's another ship in there. I don't give a shit. Like,
So the other kind of thing, the only kind of, the other thing that I have issue with Orison is, it is like a kind of almost like a logical kind of standpoint of, I get that it's a gas giant, right? And that's slightly different. There's a whole variety of differences to being on a gas giant. The fact that you can fucking easily like essentially trip and then fall off one of those fucking things, and fall to your death, kind of thing, right? Aside from the fact that you can't technically trip on, well, actually, I guess you can be blown off your feet on, in stasis and that kind of thing. So
oh, you
there's
can
that.
trip. You can trip. I've done it before.
Oh, okay, that's fair
Yeah.
enough. But like, but you know what I mean? Like, it's Orison being a gas giant, like it has its uniqueness when it comes to sort of like the landing areas and all that jazz, right? But like, I don't get burning 100 fucking kilometer, or what was it like? Yeah, it's like 75, 80, maybe 100 kilometers, like through atmosphere. The thing is, on Microtech, on Area 18, on Lauraville, that kind of thing. Like, you can get out without a suit on, right? And the atmospheric kind of pressure is normal, right?
Yes.
But you only burn like 10K, like 10, maybe 15K at the most,
Mhm.
and you're out of atmosphere to be able to, quantum to various different places.
Yep.
You go to Crusader and fly to Orison. You're flying through 100 kilometers of atmosphere to land at Orison, and then you're getting out without a spacesuit, and the pressure is normal. What the fuck? Like, tell
Yeah.
me that does not make sense logically, because it
Yeah.
doesn't make sense logically to me, and I'd love to hear the excuses or the law reason why that should make sense for
They
Orison,
they
because right now it does not
yeah.
make sense to me whatsoever. I think that it should be, you can still have Orison as being like the floating city, on Crusader, but like just fucking lift it out of the fucking depths of the atmosphere. That does not make sense for it to be that far in,
Or
you know?
just make it so that you can go into warp, go into warp, be able to go into your jump 10K above the city.
Yeah,
And the
yeah,
jump in point should be 10K, 20K from the city, not 70K. Like,
yeah.
I'm
It's
sorry, but
ridiculous.
that is just the most annoying thing to do. Uh, I'm not a fan
It's
of that.
just it is
Everything
it's
else
super
I
aggravating.
enjoy about Orison. Like, I love the aesthetic of it. I love all of that.
Hmm.
It could be a lot easier to get around. I think the shuttles could move a hell of a lot faster. Like Microtech, you feel like you're going places. I know that that feeling is associated with the fact that like you're moving as a train through things and things are rapidly flying by you because you're on a train. I get that,
Yeah, yeah,
but like you're in a flying ship. Like your
yeah.
shuttle should be able to freaking cook. Like let's go.
I mean, to be fair, it does cook faster than like a lot of ships that are trying to fly through, Crusader's atmosphere as such. And to be fair, like there is something that I kind of want to try out, which is the Dunlo Derby event as well. That's in Orison that I want to try because like some of that looks pretty fun, to be honest. And that's going fast inside of Crusader's atmosphere. So yeah,
yeah,
but yeah, like I just wanted to say because like obviously having the event occurring on in Orison on Crusader, like it does bring those aggravating aspects of flying in and out of Orison like right to the forefront, right?
yes,
Like and it is just it's an aggravation that does not make sense to be in the game, and an aggravation that is unnecessary. Like,
yes,
completely unnecessary.
yeah. Now the
It
other thing
has a
is
USP.
yes. Uh, Now the other side of this is the server performance has not been up to par. Like,
No, no.
like I gotta mimic something that Salty Mike said a couple like about a week ago that the standard needs to be higher. Like
Hmm.
the current live version of the game, the standard needs to be higher. Some of these bugs
Yeah.
need to be addressed. Uh, the um, the degraded performance at the start of the Invictus Fleet Week. Some of this was because like excess traffic volume, putting pressure on the number of servers that they had to spin up. Like
Hmm.
hitting the front page of Reddit, also having a major drive, major event that you're sending a mass email to everybody about, and part of that email is including a ship. Like all of us in the Chairman's Club got this notification where they're like, "Hey, we got this new ship. It's called the Legionnaire. It's great. And guess what? It's $50 less than you thought it was going to be, and it's got an LTI token on it." Like,
I mean,
I sent that to McLeod, and I'm like, "Fuck this, dibs."
I was, I saw that and I was like, wait, hang on, what price? Like,
Yeah,
I was expecting they're kind of going like, oh, I expected that to be literally double the price. Like,
yeah. I expected
you
it
know,
to be 150 to $200, and it came back as 100 with an LTI token, and I felt like that was
the
that was
fuck.
great. Yeah.
I mean, should we might as well like there were a few other sort of like issues in terms of bugs and stuff like relating to purchasing locations and stuff like that. But like, we should probably just jump into the Legionnaire, right?
Yes. Uh,
Yeah.
so initially, we had the information of it being a dropship, which uh, well, hey, let's so NWO is New World Order. Initially, our show used to be about New World, but now
Yeah.
we cover all MMOs or most MMOs, some MMOs, not
Yeah.
most.
So,
Uh,
so that's why we've
but yeah,
abbreviated it as such, rather than actually doing New World Order show as such. Because otherwise, people will be a little bit kind of confused. But
it
it
also
is
gets
now.
by the YouTube algorithm better because if you put New World
Yes.
Order, you get flagged as a conspiracy theory.
It's so
It's been a
annoying.
real struggle as a
Yeah.
channel. Just saying.
Yeah, that probably wasn't the best of decisions that we went on with. Like,
Yeah,
we were just like, oh yeah, this will be funny, yeah, because it's a bit of a play on this and that and what have you. Yeah, algorithms don't see it like that. Like,
yeah,
they, they just go, oh yes, this flags for the top search results for this is conspiracy theories. Let's slap that on there. It's
yeah.
like, oh no.
It's either conspiracy theories or wrestling. Like,
Yeah,
and it's
the
like,
conspiracy
okay,
theories or wrestling, and strangely enough, we didn't realize that algorithms don't really take irony into account. Who
uh,
knew?
yeah.
Well, we didn't, but
So anyways, back to the Legionnaire. So the Legionnaire, uh, we were not expecting the Legionnaire to be one, like, we knew it was going to be this ship that was a drop ship, and it was like, okay, there's a ton of
Yes.
drop ships in the game. What is its like unique selling point? Like,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
like at the time we were like, why would I buy this? Like, even if it had an LTI token, like, why would I buy this? Because it was probably
Well,
like in our minds it was going to go for $200 or $250 like the other drop ships, and it was like,
yeah, yeah.
why would I want this? So when it came out
Exactly. And
and
even
they
with an
gave us that
LTI,
info, all of a
and the
sudden
thing
it was
is,
like, they
the
gave
thing
us
is,
okay, just
the
go.
thing the thing is, even with an LTI, right? Even with an LTI, like coming in with an LTI with the Legionnaire, like it was very much a case of like, well, I could potentially near towards the end of the actual Invictus week get LTI tokens much cheaper, right? So it was a case of even with this coming as an LTI token, like why would I purchase it? Considering that it's
Yeah.
just another dropship, right?
Yes.
And
Uh,
and then and then CIG kind of dropped the
yes.
USP that
They
Legionnaire
announced
has.
that it's going to have this electronic warfare ability to forcibly dock with another ship without that ship's permission
Yes.
and latch its airlock to your airlock and be able to board you, which means
So
suddenly space piracy becomes a hell of a lot more viable.
apparently, cheers, mate. Apparently apparently the way that docking kind of is meant to function is essentially you request a docking, you send a docking request to a ship, and then they have to basically accept that docking request. And so it's that docking request that the Legionnaire kind of basically hacks in and accepts for, on your behalf to some degree. So that's the way that, like, essentially the Legionnaire, forcibly allows it to dock and allow you to board it,
Oh yeah.
which is pretty cool.
Which, like, so two sides to this. One, it's a ship that's likely going to see a lot of combat. So having an LTI or lifetime insurance on it is crazy good.
Oh yeah, oh
You
yeah,
know,
because it's gonna
because
die
it's
a
going to
lot.
die. It's going to die a lot. So you're going to want insurance on it. But at the same
Mm-hmm.
time, it's got a unique selling point that's actually really cool. So it's like, okay, hey, this is something I want. So this ship is in concept. It should theoretically be out at the beginning of the year. It's only
Mm-hmm.
$100. It's got an LTI token. Like, we thought it was going to be way more. Like, we honestly, like, I was sitting there and I was like, it's going to be $150 or $200, like similar to the other drop ships. It's and this was, okay, hey, 100, like, literally, I got the email, opened it up, scrolled down, and was like, that says $100. Ha,
Yeah.
dibs.
And I know. I, I purchased it. I purchased it, like, via my phone.
Yeah,
At that point, I was like, "It's available for me to get. Let's do this right now." Because I was
yeah,
just like, I was like, you know, this is gameplay that I definitely want to be a part of, right? And also, this is a ship that is going to die a lot. So quite clearly, I want an LTI on this, and quite clearly, that is it's a cool mechanic that I want to be a part of. So
absolutely.
yeah.
Now, in terms of ships that I believe to be overpriced,
Mm-hmm.
I've got to talk about the other one,
Oh yeah,
the
yeah.
Scorpius
Scorpius.
two-seater X-wing. I understand the novelty of the ship. The design
Mm-hmm.
is awesome. I think that it's a really good ship. I don't think that it's a $200+ ship.
I
Sorry.
still need to see. I still need to see some of the other content creators kind of like you
Yeah,
know checking it out and seeing how good it is compared to the Hurricane kind of thing. But like,
yeah,
but yeah, I thought maybe um the turret could be slave to the pilot, but it isn't,
yeah.
unfortunately.
Like, it's a really cool ship, don't get me wrong. Like, and this is coming from somebody who's got a uh Ares Ion. You know,
Hmm.
so like, I'm used to having a heavy fighter, but like, you know, I'm just not like, especially compared to the Hurricane, like the size. If I wanted to shoot something and I've got the choice of like I need to kill something that's applying DPS to me, and I've got the Hurricane, which is tiny in comparison to the Scorpius or the
Hmm.
Scorpius. I'm gonna shoot the Scorpius because it's like shooting an apartment building. It's freaking huge. By
It is.
comparison. You know,
It also has those guns on the wingtips as well, so like
yeah,
it's questionable as to whether breaking like like taking off one of those wings also was going to take off one of the guns. So
yeah.
yeah, there is kind of that as well.
And it's overpriced compared to the Hurricane. I agree, 100%. Like I think that they are obviously doing quite well on a money side because they went from $200,000 on the 18th of this month to
Oh yeah, yeah.
the 24th. They made $1.4 million that day.
That day.
That day.
Is that not a running is that not a running total, or
That's
is
not
that
a
just
running
that day?
total. That is that day.
Are you sure? Are you
Yes.
fucking sure?
Yes.
Oh my Christ.
Like, because they released this stuff. I'll actually,
Oh my God.
I'm gonna do one better because most people don't know that this is out there. You can actually see, and I'm going to pop open.
Oh, okay, okay.
You can actually
That's why
see their
those
funding on a day-to-day basis.
that's why those particular values on the y-axis are
Mhm.
very specific, because that's the amount that they hit on each of those days.
Yep.
Okay, that's fucking crazy.
Like, friggin' they are knocking it out of the freaking park. You can see obviously like 25th is today, so it doesn't have full reporting yet for today, but it's also like a Wednesday, so like yeah, it's probably going to be down. But if you go by
God damn.
week, you know, uh, you look
Jesus.
at the 19th, or it's the 19th week of the year. Um, I think that's how they measure it. They made 1.8 million in that week. The next week, the week of the start of this, all of a sudden they're making 4 million in a week. Like, so like they're going to the bank here, and they're making some serious money. Um, and it's just
It's
a matter
because
of measuring this correctly. And
yeah,
you can see the event last year.
I I I
This is the hover
I,
bike
I,
last year.
I struggle to know what they're gonna get when the Argo, not the Argo, when the Drake mule comes in to be
Yeah,
purchasable.
yeah.
Because like I think even though that's only gonna be, a fairly small LTI, like I know like I know myself that I'm gonna be purchasing multiple of them, and I know that there's gonna be so many people purchasing multiple of them as well. So
Oh yeah.
you know,
So
it's
like
gonna be interesting to see that.
yeah. So one of the things, like, I wanted to mention this because like CIG are making solid money on this. I don't think it's as successful yet, or I don't know that it's going to be as successful as the hover bike was, or the hover quad. And I believe that's because like the hover quad was super successful because it was a $50 LTI token.
Yeah.
And the idea of buying 3 of them was not outside of the ballpark of what most of us did. Um, you know, like I literally just converted my last one because I needed to get my Apollo triage onto an LTI token. So
Nice.
I
Nice.
melted my old triage, and that was on like a 6 month token, and put it onto an appropriate token.
Fair
So
enough.
now I've got $40 sitting around, which is dangerous. Yeah,
Oh no. Well, yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Right. Right. So I think the only other kind of thing to talk about specifically, I mentioned it before, was the Dunlow Derby event, right? Um, that is essentially like a time trial kind of race, event that they're kind of doing. In actual fact, they're doing it in collaboration with a kind of a player organization, player group, player, you know, um, yeah, just like a group of players that consider themselves or call themselves Star Citizen Racing. It's basically a community dedicated to community racing events, which is kind of cool. Like it showcases, um, it showcases like a different facet of the community that you may not think is something that may exist already in Star Citizen. So that's pretty cool.
Mhm.
And it's something that is open and available for you to go and do in Orison. You kind of have to do a few things to actually kind of like partake in it, as it were. But yeah, definitely check it out. And it's kind of like a cool kind of racing slash time trial event in and around the Orison sort of like superstructure.
Yes. Um, so thoughts on Pyro? So it better have a decent amount of stuff for the amount of time that it's been in development. Like we know that the space
Yeah,
stations have been in development for a long time, so those are going to look really cool. We've seen some of the models and some of the stuff they've released. Some of the planet's surfaces we've actually seen last year at CitizenCon. So like
there's gonna
that was pretty cool. Um,
there's gonna be dynamic, but as far as from what they've said what CIG have said is like there's gonna be dynamic space weather that could prove to be quite disruptive to your plans if you do not take into account like you know
yeah, you got to go
how it
get
could fuck
behind an
you up.
orbital body.
Yeah, essentially, you have to use orbital bodies to shield you from the sun and a coronal mass ejection. Essentially, like it's going to be some pretty wild stuff, and I'd love to see the effects of that, like that sort of spaceborne weather on ships and that kind of stuff, because that would be pretty cool to see. I think.
the
I hope there's going to be some cool effects.
So the other thing I'm looking forward to is there's the known jump point that there connects the two
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
systems. However, there's also supposed to be, according to lore and things that they've said at CitizenCon, that there will be other unprotected uh, and kind of discoverable kind of smuggler jump points. Which will
Interesting.
make coming in and out as, either like a hidden trade route or as like smugglers or as like, hey, I'm a pirate and I can't go through a location or I can't go through the official jump point because there's a lot of guns there, and they're all
Yeah.
looking, but I can slip into the system through this other route. Like I think that kind of stuff will add some really cool gameplay. Um,
Oh, I think it
they've
definitely
been
will.
doing a good job of increasing the missions and types of missions. So I
Hmm.
think we can expect to see more like bunker missions and variety of bunker missions. Um, as well as like other types of missions instead of just like defend. Potential assault missions where the new tech where they have the NPCs fly in, as part of your approach, they could have NPCs spawn in and start flying in with you to start, unloading ground troops to assault one of the bunkers from the outside, with where the mounted machine guns that are outside that are never in use, um, you know,
So,
where they
so,
might
so
be
the mounted,
manned and
so the, so the mounted machine guns. I'm going to use my railgun or my fucking rocket launchers or my missile launchers that I've been picking up.
like they're not going to
That's what
last
I'm going to
long,
use.
but like have like 15, 20 NPCs out there, duking it out, while you're landing and doing a strafing run, trying not to kill your guys because you don't want to get the crime stat, but also like trying to inflict casualties on the enemies with strafing runs and all that, like,
Yeah,
or
you
landing
know
and
what?
taking pop shots with a sniper from far away.
Hey, you know what? That new Cuddy variant and maybe some of I think it's the is it the Valkyrie, which is a dropship that has it also has the guns on the side. Like
Mhm.
would actually be kind of useful in that regard. Like,
Oh yeah.
doing laps, and basically having the guy on one side basically like just unloading fucking lead into the area.
Oh yeah.
That'd be cool.
You know, like those kind of ships are going to be a lot more valuable. Like, like that kind of mission would actually be really cool with like a hammerhead, where you come in and you just go belly
Oh
down, and
Jesus,
all of your
yeah.
turrets are just a clusterfuck of laser fire. Like,
Oh yeah. Good
oh, that
God,
would be
yeah, that'd
so
be a
fun.
bit nuts.
Uh,
That would be pretty nuts.
so like there's a ton of really cool stuff to do. There's going to be a ton of stuff to do. Um, if there's not, then we riot, because like they've had a lot of time to develop Pyro.
Yeah.
And the delay of bringing in Pyro is almost entirely to do with uh, the server meshing. It has
Yeah.
next to nothing to do with the actual development of the system. Like, it's literally, we need a good way of sending people from server node to server node.
Mm-hmm.
How do we best do this and not have to rebuild, not build something that has training wheels on it so that we can rip the training wheels off and then replace the whole structure that we had there to begin with something completely different. you
Yeah.
know
Yeah.
uh
Totally.
so
Anyway,
like, yeah.
we should probably round this out to some degree, like in terms of
Yes.
Star Citizen stuff. Like, um, in terms of like stuff that you should probably be looking out for next week. In terms of Star Citizen stuff. Obviously, we had the public roadmap that was available today that we kind of went through, which was really cool. But essentially, there is going to be an episode of Inside Star Citizen, which will be specifically a special on the Invictus launch week. So that'll be cool. Obviously, it'll be presented by Jared Huckabee, as it always is. As to who will be with him on that, I have no idea, but like it'll be entertaining, I'm sure. Um, the Drake Mule will be coming out and most likely have an LTI option, but we're not like guaranteed. I don't think there's I don't think anybody's like actually confirmed that or not, but like I think most people are expecting it to come with an LTI. It just depends on quite like what the price point's going to be for that,
Yep.
really.
um
And then
my
obviously,
hope is it's $35 or $40, and
yeah,
comes with an LTI. Like,
yeah, that'll be amazing because I missed out on the hover quad,
um,
unfortunately, because I was dumb and I
I've
bought the
run
wrong
I've run out
option.
of hover quads, so like I need to restock.
I'm out of hover quads,
Yeah.
CIG. Give me the next one.
Yes.
But then obviously after the other thing that you should probably be checking out is the Star Citizen Live, which is obviously another one fronted by Jared Huckabee. And there's some additional stuff regarding Star Citizen Live, right?
Yes. I don't know if this is aimed for this week or the following. But they still do have a looking for questions specifically for the vehicle content and feature teams. And it is going to be May 27th, on the Star Citizen twitch.tv Star Citizen. Um, if you want to ask your questions in that thread, it's still open. Make sure to
But
uh,
get
make
it in
sure to
quick.
to get it in quick, so that they can make sure that they get an answer, or decide if they want it in the show or not.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and yeah, like that's I
That's
gotta say, like, I
that,
really appreciate that they let people know, like, here's our plan, here's what we're gonna do every day of the week. You know, roughly, like, they don't really tell you what time they're gonna release it. It's just like, on Monday we're gonna do this. On Tuesday we're gonna talk about this. We might release a lore post. On Wednesday you're getting the roadmap update. On Thursday you're getting this other thing. On Friday you're getting Star Citizen Live. Like, consistent schedule. Like, as content creators, that makes our life real easy, because we don't have to sit there and poke a dev and be like, hey, when is this
I-
thing like? Is this coming out
i-
today? Should I like?
is something happening today, or am I waiting for nothing, or is like what's going on? Like,
Um,
do I have to be around? Can I actually like go and do some stuff IRL today or not? Or like what's going on? Like what's happening? But they let you know like well in advance, which is fantastic. Anyway, yeah, that's pretty much everything that we wanted to talk about. Like,
yeah.
thank God it didn't take too long.
4.5 hours later. Not a long show. Don't worry. It's only going to take like ages to make its way over to YouTube. Uh, oh,
There is a
yeah.
better way of doing that. For like, yeah, okay.
So first and foremost, I want to thank everybody for joining us. Anybody who spoke up in chat, we love you guys. Like, it really does. Like, we aim to be this talk show that like integrates the conversation. From the chat, from our Discord, from all sources. Like, it really does enable us to make a better show. I need to take a moment and thank the guys who support us on Patreon. Like, really, like, you guys are keeping the lights on for us. Our supporters on Discord that are basically keeping high quality audio between me and McLeod.
And to you guys.
And to you guys. So, that's always a benefit. I want to thank everybody who hit the follow button, and to anybody else who's just here listening. Thank you guys. It really does mean a lot. We do it. We do it for you guys, and we're more than happy to keep doing it. If you are just now looking at Star Citizen as well, the code in the bottom corner of the stream here is our referral code. Please, like, if you're considering trying the game, at the moment you don't have to pay anything, but use the referral code just in case. It'll start you out with some additional money. We're just now starting to use our referral code, so yeah. And yeah, we appreciate you guys.
Nice.
If you want to chat a little bit after the show, once we end the stream, we'll be in our public channel for a little bit. I'm starting to cash some checks that McLeod might not want to cash.
Yeah, so what now? Oh God. It's okay. Like I need to go. I genuinely need to go take a piss.
It's only been 4.5 hours. Why do you need to?
This is the reason. This is the reason.
Oh, all right. Well, with that, as we always love to say, we'll see you guys in the new world.